the main budget allocations over the next 3 years. Honorable Speaker, over the period between 2017 and 18 to 2019 and 20, government is expected to spend 5.0 trillion relative to a revenue envelope of 4.6 trillion. However, it is important to note that most of these resources are allocated in the form of equitable share and conditional grant funding to all 3 spheres of government. It is in this context that the ANC government continues to commit itself to a measured path of fiscal consolidation, which contains the budget deficit and stabilizes public debt through determination of the spending ceiling for all spheres of government. The committee welcomes the fact that the accountability and compliance are improving in the local government, as evidence shows in the 2014-15 Auditor General's report, where a clear consequence management and increased accountability in more than 50% of municipalities have been demonstrated. The committee urges municipalities to find measures to deal with the increasing owed debt, currently standing at 117 billion rand, as well as the need to find sustainable mechanism to resolve outstanding payment issues with Eskom. Honourable Speaker, the committee acknowledges the fact that the annual average nominal growth in the allocation to all 3 spheres of government is currently above inflation. Over and above, local government is still showing better increase of 2.5% in real terms, which is driven by stronger growth in the local government equitable share allocation relative to local government conditional grants, which are expected to grow marginally by 0.9% over the MTEF period. Honourable Speaker, given the significant service delivery responsibilities of municipalities, the committee welcomes the relative priority given to resources allocated to local government. Furthermore, the increase in resources to municipalities is, if spent effectively, should realize significant gains in terms of redistribution and access to basic service delivery for the poor households. As quoted by the Minister of Finance in his budget speech, Pope Francis says, I quote, "Reforming the social structures which perpetuate poverty and the exclusion of the poor first requires a conversion of mind and heart." So we are all called upon to change our minds and heart towards this budget. The committee welcomes the expansion of centralized procurement program by the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer for the purchasing of common goods and services, which with the intention to achieve savings, precisely to redirect the resources towards acceleration of the basic services, and we will closely monitor the progress in this regard. The committee commends the efforts, I repeat, the efforts by government to ensure fiscal consolidation and better financial management without a negative impact on the basic service delivery to our people. It is also important to highlight that some of these measures can only be achieved when there is much more effective intergovernmental fiscal relations, concerted efforts at reducing wasteful and irregular expenditure, promoting and enhancing efficiencies in government expenditure, and cooperative governance amongst the spheres of government and departments. The committee supports the new clauses in the bill and believes that these will assist in improving consistencies and enhancing accountability in the delegations and assignment of powers by the accounting officers, and also reduce inefficiencies in managing conditional grants. The committee also welcomes the reprioritization of funds over the next 3 years to fund critical programs. That is education, health, basic education. All right. Honorable members and Honorable Speaker.
Deputy.
The 20 Deputy Speaker, it's a prophecy maybe. The 2017 budget affirms government's commitment to the principles of counter-cyclically debt sustainability and generational fairness. Fairness. Honourable Speaker, the Standing Committee on Appropriations recommends that this House adopt the 2017/18 Division of Revenue Bill without amendments. In closing, I reiterate the Minister's Finance clarion call that this is the time for activists, workers, business persons, the clergy, professionals and citizens at large to actively engage in shaping the transformation agenda and ensuring that we have a just and equitable society.
Honourable Fick.
The bill before this House provides for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally among the national, provincial and local spheres of government. Because South Africa cannot raise enough revenue to allocate to provinces and municipalities, government has to borrow funds that future generations will have to pay. Government debt now stands at 2.2 trillion rand. Projected revenues amount to 1.41 trillion rand and proposed expenditure totals 1.56 trillion rand. A further 149 billion will have to be borrowed to make up for the shortfall, thus increasing government debt to 2.4 trillion rand. After paying debt service costs of 169 billion, allocated expenditure shared between the three spheres of government amounts to 1.24 trillion. South Africa faces a number of economic challenges due to this clueless ANC government. Income growth is uneven. 35% of the labor force are unemployed. Growth has been hovering around 0% and GDP per capita has declined since 2011, even though Minister Radebe bragged that GDP has increased from 1.5 trillion rand in 1994 to 4 trillion rand currently. We cannot support the division of revenue bill because many local government grants will be reduced. These include 2.5 billion rand from direct grants and 189.3 million rand from indirect grants. The baseline of municipal infrastructure grant is reduced by 100 million. The urban settlements development grants baseline is reduced by 90 million. The direct component of the water services infrastructure grant is reduced by 400 million, and the integrated national electrification program is reduced by 30 million. Also, total conditional allocations to provincial grants are increasing at a decreasing rate. Some grants being revised downwards are the Human Settlements Development, Health Services Revitalization, Maths, Science and Technology, and the Comprehensive HIV and AIDS grants. Also, funds allocated for service delivery are poorly managed by this ANC government. The Auditor General reported that irregular expenditure has increased by nearly 40% since 2014 to 46.36 billion rand. 6 auditees were responsible for more than 50% of the irregular expenditure, including the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa and the Department of Water and Sanitation. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure also increased in 2016 by 14% to 1.37 billion rand. 6 auditees were responsible for just over 70% of this expenditure, and again, the Passenger Rail Agency and the Department of Water and Sanitation were included in the list. The Auditor General rated the financial health of 76% of departments as either concerning or requiring intervention. The signs of poor financial management are apparent in the increasing inability to pay creditors within the 30 days. 2 departments, namely Home Affairs 715 million rand and Defence and Military Veterans 428 million rand, spent higher than their projected budget in the 3rd quarter of last year, while Higher Education 3.1 billion, Culture 3 billion, Basic Education 2 billion, and Social Development 1.1 billion spent significantly less than projected. The root causes of the aforementioned weaknesses in financial and performance management are poor management and the absence of sanctions for transgressions or fraud. We are in this situation because the ANC governs. Looking to my right at the ANC benches, it looks more like a retirement village. These old people put the ANC first. These old people put President Zuma first. These old people put the Guptas first. The ANC should also be ashamed of themselves for putting Honorable Molefe, a man alleged to have been involved in corrupt activities with the notorious Guptas, in the same seats as Nelson Mandela and Kada Asmal, amongst others. You have a president who has no clue what his 9-point plan is, So how is he going to implement it? This man enjoys a corrupt relationship with the Guptas. This privileged family has undeservedly accumulated wealth of 10 billion rand. Instead of one foreign family benefiting, 10,000 South Africans could have become millionaires. The solution to revive the economy includes DA. D stands for debt reduction and A stands for artisan development. A skilled labor force is necessary to be productive in order to grow into a globally competitive manufacturing economy. You need people who have capabilities, desire, and the will to add value. Finally, 2 weeks ago, we celebrated 20 years of our Constitution. Former President Nelson Mandela once said that our Constitution will help us forget our horrible past. But as long as we have President Zuma, we will have a horrible future. I thank you.
Honorable Paulson.
Good afternoon, Deputy
Honorable
Speaker.
Paulson, just 1 second. There are a few other members here who have not indicated whether they are going to come and speak, like Honorable Paulson. I didn't have his name here. Please, can we do that? Can the members who are going to speak just follow the list? Go ahead, Honorable Member. Just proceed. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and good
Hold on.
afternoon, old people. We came here last week to debate South Africa's fiscal framework and revenue proposals, and we illustrated that structurally the fiscal framework in its current form is incapable of solving socio-economic challenges which we face as a country. And the division of revenue we are debating is a clear illustration of the problem of policies that are inherently incapable of solving our problems. As long as we continue to allocate only 9% to the most important sphere of government, local government, a fraction of the 1.5 trillion budget, municipalities will remain in a state of dysfunctionality. A division of revenue bill that only allocates 9% to local government with a flawed understanding that municipalities must raise most of their revenue, but the majority of these municipalities do not have a functional economy, is misguided and perpetuate apartheid economic and spatial structures. Municipalities cannot charge for services from people who are unemployed, in poverty, and forgotten. Municipalities cannot collect rates and taxes from people who do not have properties, are landless, and receive no services. It's like trying to squeeze water out of a stone. Municipalities cannot facilitate any economic development where there is no economy to speak of anywhere. It is for these reasons that not only will municipalities remain in the state of dysfunctionality, but more and more politically motivated service delivery protests will become even more violent. It is now more evident than ever that the current division of revenue formula has failed. When few out of the 278 municipalities are in a position to raise some revenue, and even if they do, it is always the case that more people need services, but very few can contribute to the revenue. Things are not working. The EFF calls for an immediate realignment of the allocation of the division of revenue for municipalities allocation to increase from 9% to at least 45% of the revenue raised nationally. The EFF call for municipalities to get more money to build internal capacity in order to abolish tenders. Municipalities must employ cleaners, security guards, artisans, engineers, and surveyors instead of outsourcing these roles. For once we agree on something with the Democratic Alliance in terms of building capacity. The EFF call for additional funding for municipalities to build the necessary infrastructure, to build roads and water infrastructure, deliver electricity and sanitation, and build houses for our people. The EFF calls for provincial and national governments, including state-owned entities who owe municipalities billions to pay, or else the National Treasury must put this before the House, deductions on the equitable share of each of these municipalities. The EFF further calls and reiterates for free basic services funded through the Division of Revenue Act to ensure free water, electricity, and sanitation is afforded to as many of our people as possible. Without proper and substantial realignment of the division of revenue linked with building state capacity, the division of revenue in its current form cannot help to address socio-economic challenges facing the country. Thank you very much.
Honorable Hlangwa.
Ngiyathokoza ukuqosha ithuba mhlonishwa Sekela Somlomo. The equitable division of revenue between the three spheres of government and in line with the President's so-called Radical Economic Transformation Directive and the National Development Plan, together with the slow growth of the economy as well as the education and other socio-economic crises in the country, must all inform how the fiscal monies are spent in 2017. The IFP has stated before and states again before this House that the current paradigm of government expenditure being informed by the supersession of wants over needs instead of needs over wants will do nothing but eventually economically obliterate the state. The irony, of course, is that everybody knows now, it's common cause, that 246 million rands was spent to build a homestead in Kandla for the president. But the biggest irony is that the municipality of Nkandla, with 13 wards, is given only a budget of plus minus 150 million rands. So it just tells you the extent of the commitment of this so-called government here on our right, where needs, wants, prioritize, wants over the needs of our people. If you are able to go and build a house for 246 million rands for one of the villagers there, and then the rest of the people in Kandla, you expect them to access development with 150 million rands. It tells you about the problems of the funding model and how municipalities are in fact being set up for failure. So this really in itself requires a moment of reflection about the national priorities and whether the ANC is fit for purpose and fit to govern. But as things stand now, you must pack your bags and ship out. Corruption remains rife in all levels of government, and until this government draws the line in the sand which says this far and no further and carries it with the attendant serious and long-term criminal consequences, corruption will continue to flourish in this country. So much money goes to the pockets of friends, cronies, so much money is spent irregularly, so much money is wasted, money which really should be going towards development. So all the intentions and all the plans and may all be good and well, but the taste of the pudding is in the eating. And it really now needs to arrive at a point where consequence management becomes a priority in order for us to safeguard the public purse. So we hope that government departments and the entities will take the duty of the spending seriously and do so within the confines of the law. And let us actually relook at the funding model which is there. In conclusion, the IFP wants to reiterate its support to the Minister and Deputy Minister, and we are confident that with both of them at the helm of Treasury, they will rescue us from this quagmire of thievery which seeks to be
Honorable
the norm
Hlangwa,
in the country. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honorable members in this House and guests in the gallery. The National Freedom Party welcomes and supports the approval of the Division of Revenue Bill tabled here today. We note that the central tenure of the bill includes measures to protect spending on core social obligations and applaud the Minister for tabling a budget that essentially is pro-poor. We are also satisfied that the bill continues to emphasize reprioritization within the existing fiscal envelope so as to ensure that the state's policy objectives are met despite the constraints of a lower expenditure ceiling. Chairperson, whilst we accept that the Minister has to reprioritize spending in a hostile economic environment, we are concerned by the reduction of conditional grants. The National Freedom Party expressed concern that despite the issue of the scholar transport system being addressed previously, this has not been sorted out. And that the issue on hand, I think it is whether it falls under the Department of Transport or the Department of Basic Education. But the consequences has been that over tens of thousands of learners were not able to access this scholar transport in especially areas like the Eastern Cape. Another matter for concern is the equitable share allocation, specifically to provinces which does not cater sufficiently for districts, resulting in poor service delivery. This must be addressed and allocation distributed in such a manner so as to ensure that districts function optimally. Honorable Chairperson, the words radical economic transformation appears to be on the lips of many a politician, but in reality, it will only be a dream unless drastic implementation mechanisms are put in place. An ideal example is the fate of 20,000 people living in an informal settlement in the Hout Bay area who have been there for many, many years. And now we continue talking about more and more informal settlements, upgrading informal settlements. That is not what our people want. What our people want is decent housing. They want to live with dignity. The National Freedom Party believes that a reduction in these vital grants now will have a negative impact on service delivery in years to come. Honorable Chairperson, our people are crying out for adequate and accessible clinics and classrooms at grassroots level. Yet we just now find out that in Menenberg, a school is about to be closed, and people already are striking, people are demonstrating because of what is happening without any consultation with the people on the ground. Already with over 50 learners in one particular classroom. Finally, amongst the many commendable recommendations, we also concur with the recommendation that the National Treasury, in partnership with the Financial and Fiscal Commission, research and develop instruments and mechanisms that will allow for the ring fencing of budget allocations for government department entities to pay their outstanding municipal debt and municipal services. The National Freedom Party believes that such ring fencing of budget allocation will go a long way to ensure that money is spent where it is intended for, rather than being swallowed up in a bottomless pit which is rife. Thank you.
Honorable Kwankwa.
Siyabulela, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Anisoze nithole ukuthi isikhosi esisiqhwabela izandla ngunotshe intombi kaNtoshe ingqamngeni phansi kwentaba kaNdoda. The United Democratic Movement supports the division of revenue bill. Niqwaqwa ninjalo. Needless to say, this act determines the equitable division of nationally raised revenue among the spheres of government. Ndifuna siyithethe ngesiXhosa sithi kudala siyithetha lento sineminyaka. Sithetha ngalento ufumanisa ukuthi allocation yakoomasipala sinesizathu ezibambekayo ukuthi ayonelanga. It's hopelessly inadequate for a number of reasons. We make this point sibe siyazi ukuthi over the past 3 years if uyijongile ukuthi noko ukhona umnyiva ngendlela ekhuliswa ngayo. Nansi qha ingxaki apha ikhoyo into banithi ngokaba masipala nibeka amaqabaneni uphanenza ikhita deployment. Emveni kokaba masipala bangakwazi uspenda le mali niphinde nibethe abantu ngempazamo zinu. Now bexhwithana uMinister Des van Rooyen noMinister of Finance recently uthi omnye hayi uyisaphi le mali uyayithoba, omnye uthi ndiyayinyusa, omnye uthi ndiyayifuna. While kusenzeka lonto masipala bona basengxakini yazini banifuna ntoni. I don't know whether nilwa ngegrant okanye nilwa ngeposition na. The other very important factor which concerns us greatly as the United Democratic Movement is that when you look at the conditional grants to the local government level, comparative growth here over the medium term was 6.8% as opposed to 4 provinces, which is just over 8.6, is actually 8.6% over the same period. Now it's difficult then to say what indeed omasipala by focus kahulumende over the next few years in terms of being able to improve indlela abaqhuba ngayo. Because the capacity is out to kuzilunge niye kudeploy amaqabane nifaka abantu abakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi. We are also deeply concerned to hear that the bucket eradication system grant ends in 2016-2017. Deputy Speaker, kuzafuneka unikhusele kuba ndiyazi babatheni beniqwaqwa kodwa ndithetha inyani. That remaining projects will be in 2017-2018 completed through existing grants such as the Regional Bank Infrastructure Grant and Water Services Infrastructure Grant will cause, in our view, government to lose focus on this important task of eradicating the bucket system, which has serious implications for human rights. CTC United Democratic Movement siyanisupporta nale division ye revenue. Kazilungiseni ezinto kuba into ekuzafuneka niqonde into ba abamasipala bethu indeed have a limited revenue raising capacity. Asinyanzelekanga sanibonisa.
Honorable Albert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Terwyl ons elke jaar hier staan en min of meer dieselfde tipe begroting en verdelings debatteer, tel die Vryheidsfront Plus egter seismiese lesings op wat aanduidend is van makroskuiwe onder die oppervlak wat die land kan oorrompel. Daarom praat ons nie vandag oor syfers nie, maar oor die syne wat dringende aandag verdien. Minister, it is our duty to make this House aware of two large trends that, if ignored, can lead to catastrophic consequences. We also need to emphasize that this movement is a global one, as witnessed with Brexit and the election of Trump as US President and growing nationalism in Europe. These events are a reaction to liberal and progressive ruling elites that have lost touch with regular people. Teen die agtergrond is die verdeling van inkomste 'n sinvolle metafoor vir die verdelings in ons land. Al hoe meer belastingbetalers bevraagteken die morele verpligting om belasting te betaal. Belasting word ingevorder op 'n aggressiewe wyse, maar word verdeel vir korrupte owerhede wat nie dienste kan lewer nie. Almal word geraak, maar natuurlik word die armstes onder ons die meeste geraak. Beide die belastingbetalers en die armes ervaar al hoe meer die groeiende afstand tussen hulle en die regerende elite aan hulle sakke en aan hulle lywe. Hier is groot seismiese verskywings aan die gang. Aan die een kant probeer belastingbetalers, swart en wit, al hoe meer om belasting te vermy. Aan die ander kant vra die armes waarom hulle enige hoop het vir 'n beter lewe in die toekoms. Beide die tendense bearbei Suid-Afrika vir 'n revolusionêre omgewing. Daar is natuurlik sekere mense wat graag 'n revolusie wil sien gebeur in Suid-Afrika, maar ons weet die meeste mense in Suid-Afrika is verdraagsaam teenoor mekaar en smeek om 'n toekoms waar daar 'n beter lewe in plek vir almal is. But this government needs to take note of the following questions circulating in the minds of the poor and the taxpayers of the country. They're asking, amongst others, must I pay if corruption has become endemic to government? Must I pay tax if government can't protect me on the farms and in the cities where I live? Must I pay tax if government can't guarantee SASSA payments to the poorest of the poor? Must I pay tax if it empowers government to expropriate my possessions without compensation? For the poor, they say, do I have hope that I will ever see a better life without poverty? Will I ever be safe from murder and mayhem even though I am poor? And finally, both the poor and taxpayer ask a fundamental question to the government of this country. Do we need to abide by the law if the president has set an example of willful disregard of the law himself by defying the findings of the public protector on the Nkandla matter until forced to abide by the Constitutional Court, amongst others? It is evident that the disconnection between the government and the regular people of this country is growing fast, unfortunately. Thank you.
Honorable Manana.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The 2017 Division of Revenue has been crafted in an environment of exceptional difficult domestic and global economic condition and geopolitical dynamics. Over the past years, we have witnessed a deepening of narrow and conservative economic position, one which seeks to preserve narrow nation interest against the greater collective good of building a more equitable economic global order. This has mirrored what is politically unfolding in specific countries in the European Union economic bloc and the United States. The policy direction of a new US administration, the outcome of the new UK vote to leave the European Union and the upcoming election in France and Germany are contributing to the global uncertainty, given that these developments directly involve four of the world's largest economies. The 2017 budget proposals seek to maintain a balance between government spending commitment, particularly in higher education, health and social protection, and ensuring the long-term health of the public finances. These measures are aimed at contributing to the vision of the NDP, the principle contained in the job drivers of the new growth path and investment in the productive sector of the economy. The Division of Revenue prioritizes and protects social spending consistent with government and unwavering commitment to look after the social need of the most vulnerable citizens. The budget continues to be pro-poor, health, social grant, and basic education have been protected with increases in social grant that we know reduces poverty. The 2017 budget proposals seek to make a balance between spending commitment, particularly in higher education, health and social protection. The Constitution set out specific criteria for the sharing of national raised revenue between national, provincial, and local government spheres. The Division of Revenue Bill introduces various new grants and initiatives to ensure that our fiscal consolidation part does not negatively impact on social spending and protection. The introduction of the Early Childhood Development Grant. This grant will go a long way towards ensuring that the children of poor receive sufficient development in earlier as possible life. The second one is we are welcoming the learners with profound intellectual disability grant. This grant will help in expanding access to education for learners with intellectual disabilities. With regards to the division of revenue at national level, we note the 5 billion proposal increases in the higher education and also welcome the pilot project for the mixed funding scheme to accommodate the missing middle. We welcome the baseline increase of the National School Nutrition Program, which will take into account inflation and expand access to nutrition in public schools for the children from the economic poor child. The social development, we further welcome the social work employment grant. This grant will go a long way in addressing the backlog in a number of unemployed social workers graduate. The National Health Insurance, we further welcome the termination of the National Health Insurance Direct Grant.
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you. ANC supports this bill.
Honorable Carter, as you come along, members, I would like you to join me in acknowledging the presence in the gallery of a delegation from the House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which met us yesterday to discuss matters of mutual interest and means to consolidate our diplomatic relations between us. Welcome, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable Carter.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Division of Revenue Bill is essentially a money bill that gives effect to a constitutional imperative. The equitable division of revenue raised nationally amongst all three spheres of government. To be able to divide revenue, one must first raise it and collect it. To raise sufficient revenue commensurate to the need of our country, we need a growing economy. Given our growing population and our continuing challenges of poverty, growing unemployment, and increasing inequality, let alone the need to address our past. Instead of creating conditions conducive to growth, we have seen the ruling party creating conditions for disinvestment and stagnation. We need growth. And if a minister says, leave us alone, they're actually saying that leave South Africa alone. We're only here for ourselves, to eat our own meals and let the rest of South Africa starve. Yes, Minister. Instead of creating the capacity to collect all revenue due to the national fiscus, thanks to Mr. Zuma, we have a commissioner of SARS who is hell-bent on white-anting the organization, undermining the authority of a Minister of Finance. In fact, he's defying the minister, destroying its capacity to collect revenue due. This is why we have seen that refunds have not been paid out. The only rational explanation for Mr. Moyani's actions and Mr. Zuma's tacit support points to nefarious ends, the aiding and abating of tax avoidance and criminality. We have organs of government at war with each other and a president who is intent on fostering it. Society see what is going down at SARS. The compact between taxpayers and government that was built up during the Mandela and Mbeki eras, with the assistance of the then Minister Manuel and the Commissioner Gordon, is now being undermined. Government's immorality under Mr. Zuma's leadership is affecting the tax morality of the taxpayers. Government must take note of the growing calls within the society to withhold their taxes, and a tax revolt is becoming real. Once collected and allocated in terms of a division of revenue bill, government has a moral and legal obligation to ensure that all revenue and the resultant expenditure, all assets and liabilities are utilized in the national interest in an efficient and effective manner. Society also sees how Mr. Zuma's government does not act in the national interest and how revenue allocated is misspent. One need to look no further than the despicable SASSA debacle, the continual crisis at Petro SA and SAA, failing service delivery, and the dysfunctional of many departments, SOEs and municipality. How much longer are we going to throw good after bad?
Your time has expired,
Thank you.
Honourable Member. Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Division of Revenue Bill must be seen against the budget, and in arguably one of the most important and anticipated budget speeches since 1994, Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan has, in our view, gone a long way to stimulate economic growth, restore investor confidence, and of course, avoid the ever-looming sovereign ratings downgrade. Now, obviously, the question that everyone puts is whether he will have the necessary support to implement the proposals, given the political pressure he's faced both from within and outside his party. Now, we from the ACDP would urge him, Deputy Minister Jonas, and the National Treasury to stand firm against those seeking to remove him and gain control of the National Treasury for their own nefarious purposes. It is time for the looters to be looted, the poachers to be poached, and it is time for those attempting state capture for themselves to be captured. Of serious concern, of course, is the estimated 30 billion rand shortfall in revenue collection for the past financial year. And the question is to what degree this can be attributed to the new management at SARS and, of course, the loss of experienced senior managers. Now, we know the Division of Revenue Bill allocates funds amongst the three spheres of government, and the 2017 budget lowers the spending ceiling by 10.2 billion for this financial year and 15.9 billion for the next financial year. National Treasuries indicated that over the medium term, there were certain additions to provinces and municipalities to serve growing populations, namely 7.3 billion to the provincial equitable share, mainly for education and health, and 5.1 billion for the local government equitable share for basic services, and that obviously the ACDP welcomes. And we also note, in terms of the appropriations report on the Division of Revenue Bill, the usage of incentive grants to improve spending performances for provinces and municipalities. And this is a positive development, as these include performance measures following the committee's previous recommendations in this regard. And there are, of course, also new conditional grants, namely the Social Workers Employment Grant, the Early Childhood Development Grant, and a Learners with Profound Intellectual Disabilities Grant, which we from the ACDP support. Sadly, we note the downward revision of allocations for grants for human settlements and the eradication of the bucket system. We agree on the committee's demand for timeframes to complete the latter program of eradication of the bucket system. And having read the Standing Committee on Appropriations recommendations on the Division of Revenue Bill, we are broadly in support thereof. I thank you.
Sitho se hlompehileng me Snokwanyane.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Finance Minister's tabling of the 2017 budget speech has provoked a lot of debate and engagement among different sectors of society. Public representatives and government employees, of course, have a vested interest as it impacts on their work. The Division of Revenue Bill, by its nature, in a democratic government is aimed at ensuring equitable division of nationally raised revenue among the three spheres of government. Coupled with this is a focus on economic transformation, a challenge that has been with us for 20 years in an attempt to reverse the evils of apartheid, where only a few benefited from the country's resources, although some would want to give an impression that this came about because of the ANC-led government. This selective amnesia is never going to help, as people of this country are not stupid. In order to achieve economic transformation, it is imperative that economic growth is realized, but unfortunately our economy has not been positive recently. However, in spite of the challenges, it is still important to utilize the scarce resources in a manner that addresses the challenge of poverty in particular. In order to contribute to economic growth, provinces and municipalities need to be more creative in their ways of working, such as forming partnerships in order to promote efficient utilization of resources and avoid implementation of parallel yet similar projects. The tax structure focuses on equity and efficiency while keeping in mind the promotion of economic growth. Raising tax for high income brackets is the way to go, while also guarding against high tax to lower income groups. The corporate tax, on the other hand, has to be in line with the current economy, but tax avoidance should be monitored closely. One of the highlights of the budget is the level of redistribution, which targets real areas of need rather than just random allocation, contributing meaningfully to the transformation agenda. We're going to see a pattern where resources will be redirected to the poor and rural communities in order to close the gap between the wealthy and the poor. It is not a secret that the wealth of this country continues to be in the hands of a few, while the masses live under dire circumstances. And many of these people do not play any role in giving back to the communities. Those in the upper middle class have benefited from this economy and should therefore do the right thing and plow back into the national fiscus, so that more can be redistributed to areas of real need. What better way than to increase their income tax? Budget and fiscal allocation is not one of the easiest processes, as government does not have unlimited resources and requires capable individuals who have the interest of the people in mind. One of the realities is that we have municipalities which are simply unable to sustain themselves through no fault of theirs, and we dare not abandon them when it comes to resource allocation. Urban municipalities are more viable and have the capacity to raise own revenue and carry out numerous functions, while the smaller rural ones have no revenue base and thus cannot move forward on their own. It is an expectation that municipalities provide free basic services to poor residents and to build infrastructure and provide other municipal services. Metropolitan municipalities in particular have an obligation to finance many of their programs, but there is a positive bias towards poorer municipalities in order to take them along, bearing in mind that this is aimed at servicing communities. Budget allocations to provinces in terms of equitable share also reflect a trend which responds to the real needs for services, and in the process, poor and rural provinces tend to benefit more in that allocations take into account the demand for services. We all know the status of services such as health care and education at rural provinces, including high poverty rates. These are the often left out communities which those who claim to be advocates for the poor have no interest whatsoever in them. These are the communities which parties such as the DA have no time for, as their interest is only the metros, for obvious reasons, of course. In spite of the limited resources and making cuts in some budget items, the division of revenue is such that it protects social expenditure and the potential for employment creation becomes a reality. Economic transformation has always been part of the ANC-led government, but some will conveniently behave as if it is a new concept, and because they hate it, and the word radical seems to have brought about even more negativity. We do need to change the face of the South African economy so that we can achieve inclusive growth, which goes hand in hand with transformation. Yes, we have repeatedly spoken to this concept, and we shall continue to do so, no matter what the fat cats and their surrogates think or want. So many articles have surfaced in the media, each one allocating radical economic formation, their own definition, on the basis of some crazy imaginary observations, things they claim are happening within the ANC. How long can these experts stoop? Where the ANC economic policy is heading cannot be any of their business unless they want to make a contribution. Once upon a time, there were these very greedy apartheid agents who were the only beneficiaries of this country's economy. And they just cannot take it that this peg has really been removed and they have to share what they always believed they were entitled to. So they will kick and scratch to try and change the status quo at all costs. Why-
Honorable McLaughlin.
Deputy Speaker, it is a matter of great concern to the Democratic Alliance that the allocation to municipalities in this year's Division of Revenue has remained at 9.1% of the available sum. Most municipalities have experienced falls in their collection rates and sales of water and electricity in recent years, which has forced them to reduce their budgeted operational and capital expenditure. Every South African lives within the borders of a municipality, and for many, their municipality represents government, as the municipality is their sole interface with government. Municipalities are expected to provide an ever-increasing quality and, in many cases, quantity of services to an ever-increasing number of residents, whether on a charged-for basis or on a free basis, as is the case with registered indigents. Municipalities are also expected to absorb the often substantial cost of stolen water and electricity. Despite these challenges, National Treasury has inexplicably decided that it will make life even more difficult for municipalities, when in fact it could and should have rallied to their assistance. In the past, municipalities were required to provide a minimum of 8% of their annual budgets for asset maintenance. This was difficult enough, as it had to be funded out of the municipality's own revenue. While that revenue has contracted due to the poor growth rate of our economy over the past several years, National Treasury has increased the burden by insisting that maintenance of municipal assets now be provided for at the rate of at least 8% of the net value of those assets, placing an arguably impossible task in the hands of most municipalities. Even utilizing the new Municipal Standard Chart of Accounts, this stipulation could easily more than double a municipality's maintenance bill, which can only be funded out of the pockets of ratepayers. What makes the situation worse is that no grant funding is provided for maintenance. Although many municipal assets are supplied at the expense of a national or provincial department, the burden of maintenance is left to the municipality in whose jurisdiction the asset is situated, leaving the non-indigent residents of that municipality to foot the bill. Municipalities provide nearly all of the chief drivers of our national economy, and this needs to be recognized. When the DA takes over national government in 2019, we will ensure that municipalities receive properly apportioned and adequate funding.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member McLaughlin, please take your seat. What are you raising, Honorable Member?
Is the member of the Democratic Alliance ready to take a question and to agree that there are other illusions?
No, Honorable Member, don't
that
ask the question.
painting a panic button
Honorable Member,
to the public will
don't
actually
do that. Honorable Member, you are
liberate
not allowed to be doing what you are doing. Honorable Member, proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I reiterate, when the DA takes over national government in 2019, we will ensure that municipalities receive properly apportioned and adequate funding. The result will be, inter alia, that not only would indigent citizens receive their full complement of free basic municipal services, but also that the cost of maintaining expensive and essential municipal assets is not furtively shifted onto the shoulders of the already overtaxed municipal resident. I thank you.
Akbar Kwabaza.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we would like to draw the attention of the House to the technical error in Schedule 3 of the Division of Revenue Bill, which we discussed in the committee yesterday and agreed that it should be submitted as part of the report of the committee. The Deputy Minister of Finance will speak to that as well. Deputy Speaker, the Division of Revenue Bill 2017 once again shows that over 60% of the nationally collected revenue is allocated to the provincial legislatures and municipalities. While this bill indicates a reduction in the spending ceiling for all the three spheres of government, the actual spending on the priorities of government is spelled out in the medium-term strategy framework and further articulated in the January 8 statement of the ANC, the President's SONA and the Finance Minister's budget speech have not been adversely affected. The reduction in the expenditure ceiling is part of fiscal consolidation, one of whose aim is to cut spending on non-essential items and to increase and strengthen spending on reprioritized priorities of government. Ukwenza umzekelo nje sifuna ukutshengisa lokhu ngokuthi kukhona imali eyengeziwe yengqala kufunda kwezingane eseyifinyelele ku 1.6 billion rand kulonyaka wesabelo sezimali. Kanti kunjalo nje kukhona imali entsha engango 591 million rand eyabelwe ukuthi kuqashwe osonhlalakahle kuthuthukiswe futhi nenhlalakahle yemndeni. Okusha obekungakaze kwenzeke okwenzekile manje kule Division of Revenue Bill imali engu 72 million rand ku 2017-18 izokhula ibe 220.8 million rand ku 2019-2020 eyabela ukwenza ngcono ukufunda kwalezi zingane ezingasheshi ukubamba imfundo ezikoleni. Lokhu ke kuzosiza ukuthi lezi zingane zingasalele emumva koza kwabo. Njengisa ngokusobala ke ukuthi uhulumeni we-ANC uhulumeni onakekelayo nothanda abantu baseNingizimu Afrika kakhulukazi ulusha nengane ezincane ezisakhula. The fast growth of local government equitable share and direct and indirect grants is responding to the need to shift financial resources from urban municipalities with a strong revenue base to the poor rural municipalities with the aim of improving the delivery of basic services to the poor and rural communities. The large amounts of equitable transfers and grants to the subnational spheres of government impose the imperative for integrated planning, implementation, and monitoring to deliver better services and achieve the intended expenditure outcomes. This calls upon the national departments to strengthen oversight and monitoring in the spirit of cooperative governance and intergovernmental fiscal relations. Section 42, subparagraph 2, for instance, of the Constitution allows for strong fiscal relations among the three spheres of government. Equally, Parliament and provincial legislatures must cooperate through their committees to step up oversight on all departments and municipalities in pursuit of better quality of services. The special focus in the ANC's January 8th statement, the SONA and the SONA on radical socio-economic transformation means that infrastructure spending of 950 billion rand as allocated in the Division of Revenue Bill, and the 500 billion rand government spending on goods and services and the expropriation of land must serve as catalysts towards achieving the transfer of ownership, control, and management of the means of production in a manner that creates decent work and reduces inequalities. We wish to highlight the fact that 45% of infrastructure spending is driven by state-owned enterprises, 20% by provinces, and 18% by municipalities. Thus, the importance of integrated planning and execution, accountability, and strong oversight cannot be overemphasized. We emphasize that The ANC government is committed to ensuring that communities see and feel the impact of resource allocation and benefit from government spending. The ANC supports the Division of Revenue Bill, and we request that Parliament passes the bill. I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister, Mcebisi Jonas.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon. Can I just draw your attention to the technical error in the bill, which is captured in the report of the committee. The technical error relates to the omission of zeros from the municipal codes in Schedule 3 of the bill. All municipal names and allocations are correct, and it's only the omission of zeros in that, and that has been corrected by the committee. The bill before the House today is a central pillar of the budget that the Minister of Finance tabled on the 22nd of February. It provides concrete measures towards advancing our objectives of promoting transformation and growth. To realize the vision of the Constitution, South Africa needs transformation that opens a path to inclusive growth and development. The budget plays a central role in facilitating transformation and promoting redistribution and directing resources towards areas where we could catalyze investment in human and physical capital. The context within which the bill is tabled has been well articulated. Firstly, our GDP growth has been slow. Our GDP grew by only 0.3% in 2016, and the surge of right-wing populism in the developed world poses new risk to global economic outlook. Lower economic growth has contributed to tax revenue that are significantly below what we had projected in last year's budget. At the same time, we need to ensure that the country's borrowing path remains sustainable. Already, we spend more on interest payments each year than we transfer to local government. All of this means that we have reduced fiscal space in which to act. At the same time, the tough economic climate increases the needs of the poorest and the most vulnerable in society, meaning increased demand for government resources. I will, in responding to the debate, focus on essentially three areas. The first is the fact that the Division of Revenue Bill reflects difficult trade-offs that we had to make. On the one hand, several conditional grants have had their allocation reduced relative to their forward estimates published in the previous year's budget. Contrary to what many of members said here, a serious discussion and consideration was made about the impact of that and the possible negative impact of that. At the same time, the Division of Revenue Bill includes significant resources that have been reprioritized towards provinces, municipalities over the MTEF period. 7.3 billion added to the provincial equitable share for health and education, 390 million added to National School Nutrition Program, 5.1 billion added to local government equitable share for free basic services for the rapidly growing numbers of households, 1 billion added to the integrated electrification program. So in the overall, if you look at the Division of Revenue Bill, transfers to provinces have grown on average by 7.5% a year. Transfers to local municipalities have equally grown, contrary to what people have been saying here. If you add to the revenue of municipalities their own revenue, the total share of from all revenue by municipality runs up to 25% of the total revenues, which is very significant. So the impression that we're driving an austerity budget is unfounded. The second area that I would want to focus on is the redistributive nature of the bill. Redistribution of resources is important for building social solidarity in our country. With our high levels of inequality and social and economic division, that still reflect deep scars of our apartheid past, this becomes very critical. Constructing a more equal society requires raising revenues from the privileged to the tax system and investing these for the upliftment of the disadvantaged. While roughly 70% of taxes are raised in our metropolitan areas, the 8 metros receive some total of, in the division revenue as 61, the same total as the 61 most rural municipalities that account only for 5% of our tax revenue. And allocations per household to these rural municipalities are more than twice as large as those to metros. Allocation to provincial governments are also significantly larger to provinces with more rural population. The third area is the spending support for for inclusive growth. The impact of spending depends on the effectiveness of choices provinces and municipalities make in drawing up and executing their budgets. Non-priority spending must be reduced. In this, we are encouraged by reductions in non-core spending that provinces have already achieved and plan to extend. Our scarce resources must not be diverted to enriching a few well-connected individuals. Procurement reforms will assist in this regard. Municipalities in particular need to prioritize spending on maintenance so that the infrastructure we have built continues to deliver services in support for growth. The second area is obviously looking beyond fiscus. Provinces and municipalities must also look beyond fiscal transfers for ways to stimulate inclusive growth. They should build partnerships with local business, communities, state-owned entities, and other private investors to catalyze investment in their areas. They must provide services and facilities that make it easier to invest in new business. The cost of doing business study conducted by World Bank shows there is significant scope for our cities to improve in this area. Municipalities must also mobilize additional resources through borrowing, but also using fiscus to catalyze private investment in areas of infrastructure and in many other areas where traditionally it will only be the public sector that invests. I can't even turn the page. We must also say that the core of the program moving forward remains driving
Minister.
growth and transformation at the
Deputy
same
Minister,
time.
I'm afraid your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill as corrected being read a second time? Okay.
Deputy Speaker.
Hold on. Honorable Chief Whip, what do you reckon we do?
Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I move that the House, one, knows the textual errors identified in the municipal codes in Schedule 3 to the Division of Revenue Bill, as well as in the annexures and appendixes of the bill. And 2, pass the Division of Revenue Bill with textual corrections to Schedule 3, as well as in annexures and appendixes of the bill, as it appears in the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
I put the question, are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those who agree, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes obviously have it.
Deputy Speaker, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
The bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
not removed, guys. It's two there, Amaja. It's moving there. It's moving there.
Okay. There's no debating, it's on there. Chairperson. I think it's guy Susan.
Order. I would like to remind members they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the Division of Revenue Bill with textual corrections be read a second time. Are all members in the allocated seats? Those in favor of the bill being read a second time should press the yes button. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain, press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Okay. Okay, your whips have noted it, yes?
Even if the screen is not off, they must just press.
Yeah, even if the screen is off, do press. Just press, that's okay. Okay. The voting session is now closed. The results are as follows. 232 yes, no 84, abstain 1. The question is accordingly agreed to, and the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Division of Revenue Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on Refugees Amendment Bill.
Now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the majority.
I move that the report be adopted, Honourable Speaker.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Sorry?
Honourable.
Sorry? It's a report, ma'am. We want to know whether you object or you have any objection. That's what we are asking.
Yeah. Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, in terms of a programme adopted on Thursday, the 9th, and is reflected even on the systems right in front of us, okay, it has not been reflected on the programme. I believe there was consultation in the House yesterday for us actually to have a debate on this issue today. Now, we were not consulted, and other smaller parties were also not consulted, including the Vryheidsfront, who unfortunately left. And I really want to make a plea to this House, giving everyone in the House a fair opportunity to participate, to move an item below the line to the next sitting of the House.
Honorable, yes, what are you raising, Honorable Member?
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consultation was made yesterday in the House and also in the Chief Whip's Forum. We had an agreement that 10 other parties are being represented by 2 whips in the Chief Whips who are supposed to go back and report to them. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. If they were not here, it's not our problem. Thank you.
Okay.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable members. Honorable Carter, do you still want to pursue this?
Just for information purposes, the Chief Whip's Forum takes place this morning. So a decision is taken this morning that it must be debated today. And it is not fair. People's lives are being affected with this bill. It is not fair. So the Deputy Chief Whip's reaction to saying that it was in the Chief Whip's Forum this morning is not sufficient. It's not good enough. And when I spoke to Honourable Bengu earlier, he apologized.
Okay, honorable members, can we agree that the Chief Whip's Forum will ensure that any such displeasure doesn't arise so that we attend to those matters properly next time? There is a debate, and we will now follow that. Now, in fact, my earlier comment earlier on needed to go via the debate. The Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, is it? Huh? Okay, no, sorry. No, this is confusing. Your guide, honorable members, there is a small confusion in the documentation and the guide. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to.
Yes, there is an objection.
There is an objection. We note the objection of the EFF, and therefore the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Second reading debate, Refugees Amendment Bill.
Honorable Deputy Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honourable members. This being a debate on the Refugee Amendment Bill, I have in fact requested that the bulk of my speaking time be reserved to the end of the debate so that I could respond to any of the members' questions and queries. So I think I'll use the rest of this minute to thank those members who are participating in the debate up front, and thank them for their support of these rather technical but important
amendments to the Refugee Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mashile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And also, I just want to thank honorable members for being here to listen to this particular debate. And of course, also thank the guests that are present today. The Portfolio Committee received the Refugee Amendment Bill as referred by the Speaker for consideration and reporting on the 16th of September 2016. The committee received briefing from the department on the 11th of October to get the main reason why the Act should be amended. The committee then advertised the bill to invite the public to make submissions or representations. By the closing date of the 28th of October 2016, we received 20 written submissions. During public hearings on the bill, 9 organizations and individuals were invited for engagement on the bill. Deputy Speaker, I just want to indicate that the Refugee Act presents a system in which people that are running for their lives from original countries are accepted in South Africa, and then they are granted refugee status to those that qualifies. And of course, in South Africa, we really need to indicate that this particular system up to now, it is actually being abused by economic migrants. So we really need to tighten this particular act to ensure that genuine asylum seekers are actually catered for through this particular system. The bill was drafted in response to challenges including issues of abusing the asylum system, corruption, and ensuring that there was an increase in efficiency of the workforce. There were challenges with the previous 2 amendments to the Refugees Act. This act was amended in 2008 and also in 2011. But these 2 amendments were not brought to effect because of certain challenges. And these challenges prevented the Department of Home Affairs from implementing them. So the 2016 Amendment Bill seeks to bring into operation both the 2008 and 2011 Amendment Acts. The 2008 amendment dissolved both the Standing Committee for Refugee Affairs and the Refugee Appeal Board, and thus introduced the Refugee Appeal Authority. It entrusted the Refugee Appeal Authority with the power to deal with reviews and repeals. The 2011 amendment introduced, for example, the Status Determination Committee in anticipation for fighting corruption. All these legal challenges had to be corrected. Honorable members, prior to 2011, the finalization of an application for refugee status could take about 6 years or more. This resulted in a huge number of pending applications. In 2011, the DHA set a benchmark for prioritizing application of asylum to be finalized within 3 months. The asylum seeker system continues to be abused as a de facto means of obtaining legal residence in South Africa by those without imminent threat to their lives. To address this, the Department of Home Affairs introduced the 3-member Status Determination Committee in order to fight corruption. However, there were no resources available to operationalize the 2011 amendment. Due to the resource constraints, the Department of Home Affairs thus intended to move away from the Status Determination Committee and return to the Single Refugee Status Determination Office. Members know that the Supreme Court of Appeal in the Wachenuka case decided that asylum seekers could work and study whilst awaiting finalization of the refugee status, and that these could be allowed in certain circumstances. The big problem arose from the fact that over 90% of asylum applications were rejected. For that reason, the right to work and study has been revised because they are seen as incentive to apply for asylum. Courts were correctly guided by the Constitution when interpreting the Refugees Act and regulations. However, the provision of full legal avenues, work and study opportunities for a growing magnitude of unwarranted asylum applications was unsustainable and at odds with the objectives of the immigration legislation, which provides for work and study visas to be applied for from outside the country. The 2016 Refugees Amendment Bill seeks to provide, among other things, measures to combat fraud and corruption in refugee reception offices, in SCRA, and Refugee Appeals Authority, for the re-establishment of SCRA and to confer additional powers on SCRA, for the withdrawal of refugee status in respect of categories of refugees. Some changes were made to definitions. The definition of dependent was amended. Immediate family was removed from the definition. And then the permit, of course, was changed to a visa. Then the definition of SCRA was inserted, and the definition of status determination committee was removed. There was a huge interest in this bill, although many organizations were raising immigration-related issues. During the public hearings, many of the organizations were worried about the following: the expansion of the grounds of disqualification from refugee status, the grounds to lose refugee status, the requirement of an asylum seeker to report at the refugee reception center within 5 days of entry into the country, the rejection of the application on the basis of false, dishonest, and misleading information on the applications, the right for one member of Refugee Appeals Authority or Standing Committee on Refugee Affairs to consider an application or appeal. For the department busy with the migration policy while making changes on the refugee bill. The committee sought legal advice on international instruments relating to refugees, and it was clear that states have different circumstances and international instruments had to be adapted in its domestic laws. The committee agreed that the Department of Home Affairs, having been classified as a security cluster department, had to ensure that all people, including foreigners, are protected within the country. The committee raised an issue on what the difference between a refugee and an economic migrant is, since it appears to be that the majority of people who come to South Africa are economic migrants. Clarity was provided that the immigration white paper aimed to provide special dispensation for South African development community citizens to regularize their stay in South Africa and thus reduce the majority of asylum applications by those that were actually economic migrants. The committee members indicated that their constituencies complain about South Africa's porous border, and thus South Africa supported measures to only allow genuine refugees to gain this status. Members suggested that minimum qualifications for the chairperson and members of the Refugees Appeals Authority should be specified. Reasons or requirements that could be met in order to appoint a non-citizen in these committees in terms of Section 8E, sub A, should be elaborated on. Members suggested that the minimum qualifications for the chairperson and members of the Refugees Appeals Authority should be included in the revised regulations to the Act. The committee sought clarity on whether this amendment bill will come into operation first and, as a consequence, operationalize the 2008 and the 2011 Amendment Act, which has been on hold. A reference was made to the short title as follows. This act is called the Refugees Amendment Act 2016 and comes into operation immediately after the commencement of the Refugees Amendment Act 2008 and the Refugees Amendment Act 2011. The other two amendments will be brought in force through reference made in the proclamation to be made by the President on the 2016 Amendment Bill. All questions were clarified by the department and the importance of processing this bill as the migration policy may take long. The committee deliberated in more than 3 meetings until adoption of this bill. All political parties, of course, except EFF, participated meaningfully and agreed to these amendments. I hope that the EFF will explain themselves why they have not participated and actually considered to support the bill. As the ANC welcome genuine asylum seekers, we will continue to take measures to prevent economic migrants from abusing the asylum system. These will relieve the capacity constraints experienced in our offices. I therefore, on behalf of the African National Congress, support the adoption of this report and the Refugee Amendment Bill. The ANC lives, the ANC leads. I thank you.
Honorable Ficklin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Refugee Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Refugee Act of 130 of 1998, as amended by the Refugee Amendment Act 33 of 2008 and the Refugee Amendment Act 12 of 2011. It is a vital piece of legislation and one that has a serious implication on our domestic policy as well as our international relations. While amendments to this bill are vital and many are welcomed, we remain a firm belief that not enough attention was paid to suggested amendments in the committee, and that more could have been done to make this bill line up with a constitutional and obligation to protect those seeking asylum. This bill calls into question the commitment of the Department of Home Affairs to uphold its obligation under international law. Specifically with regard to the United Nations Refugee Convention, we welcome the amendments regarding integrity measures to combat fraud and corruption within the Department of Home Affairs, and the re-establishment the Standing Committee for Refugee Affairs. This will go far in aiding the process of resettlement of refugees. The double checks and balances system that the NCOP offers to the legislation process will be of the utmost importance in the situation. We remain hopeful that once this bill has been through the NCOP process, adjustment and rectifications will have been made, thus assuring that a more refined constitutional aligned document is brought back to this House. I thank you.
Honorable Hlophe.
Ngiyabonga sekela somlomo. Yebo impela sihlalo we-Home Affairs asibanga ingxenye yalo mthetho sichibiyelo sazibeka isizathu ekomitini sokuthi asikwazi ukuba ingxenye yesichibiyelo somthetho elwa nabantu base-Afrika e-Afrika. EFF yasichitha isichibiyelo somthetho sivivinywa ophambi kwale ndlu phecelezi Refugee Amendment Bill. Lo mthetho sivivinywa bathi uhlose ukubeka izindlela zokulwa nenkohlakalo kanti futhi ubeka imigomo yokunqamula kanye nokwenqatshelwa kwabazobhaca eNingizimu Afrika kulabo abangababaleki emazweni abo abasuka e-Afrika. Umthetho uphinde ubeke isakhiwo sekomiti elizobhekana nabazobhaca. Kuleli komiti kukhona umphathi obhekene nezokulawula ukuthi kungabe ungumbaleki wangempela noma cha e-Afrika. Ikomiti kokunye libekelwe khona ukube liqaphe umphathi indlela asebenza ngayo. So we are saying as EFF at the outset, we acknowledge the asylum process in the country has been riddled by corruption for a very long time, such that the Department of Home Affairs initiated a process called Visa Masina, meaning throw out the road, which led to the arrest of 30 officials in December 2015. But our opposition to the bill is at more fundamental level, that it does nothing to prevent the asylum process from corruption and is a legislative piece that perpetuates hatred of other Africans because in the main, it is Africans seeking refuge in this country. As it is, the bill is open to abuse and opens up disparate asylum seekers to be subjected to the whims of the refugee status determination officer, who is only accountable to the proposed standing committee. It gives the RSDO discretionary power to decide on the fate of asylum seekers and does not provide watertight oversight over the office. It gives more power to the RSDO to even refuse refugee status. In the RSDO has reason to believe that asylum seeker has committed any of the acts listed in the bill. This practically makes the RSDO a police, a prosecutor, and a judge at the same time. This is against the principle of fairness guaranteed by our Constitution, because the bill does not say anything about the type of information that will be relied on by the RSDO to come to such a conclusion. Secondly, the bill makes it mandatory that asylum seekers must apply to refugee status within 5 days on arriving in the country, failing which the government will be empowered to deport them. This is inhuman and insensitive with the reality of trauma that most of asylum seekers have undergone, and is nothing but an attempt to legislate xenophobic attitude in the country. In addition, applicants for asylum will be assessed to determine his or her ability to sustain himself or herself and any dependents with assistance of a family or a friend for a period of at least 4 months, while limiting or prohibiting him or her from working. This is absolutely crazy and will lead to further violation of human dignity and suffering to the Africans. As a country, we must never legislate for dehumanization of other people, particularly African people who were there for us during our toughest time. Africa is one. We must not make it difficult for our brothers and sisters
Your time has
to
expired.
come to our country. EFF rejects the bill.
Honorable members, I've given permission for Honorable Nkomo to address us from where she is.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Refugee Amendment Bill seeks to tighten up legislation so that government can better deal with refugees and associated issues in our country. As a constitutional democracy and guardian of human rights on the continent, we have a duty to provide a safe haven to those who find themselves persecuted by their governments on the continent and to ensure their safety from harm and the right to earn an income whilst they are guests in our country. Refugees must enjoy the same rights and freedoms as ordinary South Africans. Xenophobia continues unabated and is fast becoming entrenched in South Africa. This must be dealt with decisively by government as it remains a major threat to peace and stability within our borders, and if allowed to proceed unchecked, it will tear at the fabric of social cohesiveness which we are trying so very hard to establish in our young constitutional democracy. Corruption by departmental officials is a serious problem, and it is hoped that this bill, once enacted, will make it extremely difficult for corrupt officials and their nefarious operations to go undetected and unprosecuted. Porosity of our borders is an issue which only exacerbates the influx of economic migrants into South Africa. This fuels the concern by some of our South Africans when they actually state that their jobs are under threat, and this in turn definitely does fuel xenophobia. Porous borders also make it easier for people to be trafficked in and out of our country. In conclusion, this legislation is definitely welcomed as the right step in the right direction for taking care of our refugees in South Africa. And for us as the IFP, it is actually an area which was long started by His Excellency, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. And the IFP definitely does support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kubisa.
Thank you very much. Honourable Chairperson, thank you very much. Public participation is the process of lawmaking is very important, for it gives the people an opportunity to contribute meaningfully to enact legislation that is in essence a reflection of the democracy we live in. However, when we look at the submissions made during the public hearings on the Refugee Amendment Bill, it is clear that interest groups within their own agendas participated, but not ordinary South Africans. The sad reality, Chairperson, is that ordinary South Africans, and particular poor black South Africans, very seldom participate indirectly the lawmaking process. Yet the voices of the people are not silent. Their discourse is different, but speaks to us of an agency which cannot be ignored. We're at a juncture in our social and political landscape where xenophobic violence is rearing its ugly head with a frequency that is alarming. And it is imperative that we put in place legislation to assist us in dealing with this problem. However, House Chairperson, we need legislation that is based and informed by sound policy. Unfortunately, that is where the crux of our legislative uncertainty lies, the lack of clear and enforceable policy. There seems to be a tendency in our social discourse to use the terms refugees, asylum seekers, and economic migrants interchangeably. This gives rise to confusion, particularly so in the minds of the general population. The National Freedom Party believes that in addition to effective legislation to regulate immigration, refugees and asylum seekers, we need to find ways to educate our people. Our people need to understand the vulnerability of those who are refugees and have empathy for them, for the price that the asylum seekers always have to pay for their freedom. Now we say, House Chairperson, in as much as we welcome the Refugee Appeal Authority, it is sacrosanct that we deal with issues of corruption, because so many of the asylum seekers have been abused by our people in various Home Affairs departments. One case in the Ugu district, for instance, where an official was taking money for these people, claiming to assist them, but they were never assisted. Just recently, one asylum seeker was saying they do want their children to get education, especially in public schools. I think if we move around that direction, House Chairperson, I think they can be assisted, but we need to fight fraud and corruption, which rears its head, especially in the offices. The amendments to the bill are therefore important, and we support the bill.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Dudley.
Thank you, Chair. The understanding of the ACDP is that this refugee amendment bill aims to protect refugees who actually need refuge, but are not getting the attention that they should because of the abuse of applications for refugee status by those who are not actually refugees. According to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, there are 42,000 refugees in South Africa, but Minister Gigaba has said that currently there were more than 100,000 applications for asylum. Many individuals applying for asylum are economic migrants who do not qualify for refugee status under the Refugees Act. Not only do they know before they apply that they do not qualify, but they then proceed to lodge an appeal when their application is turned down, and an ever-increasing backlog of appeals sabotage the system. While the loopholes must be closed, concern that it will impact on the rights of bona fide asylum seekers are relevant, and a constant review of the impact of the bill and parliamentary oversight will be critical. The ACDP notes that children of refugees will assume the citizenship of the parents, but can apply for South African citizenship when they turn 18 if they can show that they are stateless. allowing those born to asylum seekers in the country to assume South African citizenship would create a crisis, as it would encourage even more people to come to South Africa to give birth here, something that is already happening. The ACDP agrees with the Minister that this is an important aspect of managing the refugee processes to avoid a crisis, not only for Home Affairs, but for South Africa as a whole. The ACDP supports this amendment, recognizing that South Africa is acknowledged by the UN High Commission for Refugees as having one of the most generous systems in the world, if not the most generous system. And further recognizing the need for South Africa to be wise in managing effectively, humanely, and efficiently this very important yet complex and challenging process. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mazzoni.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Refugee Amendment Bill and the original Act are the cornerstones of South Africa's policy framework on the entry requirements and treatment of refugees in our country. It cannot be argued that our borders must be maintained responsibly and diligently, and we must always be aware of our domestic responsibilities and the challenges faced by our citizens. We must, though, never forget, we have the finest constitution in the world. We have one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. And as such, we must never lose sight of what our constitution means, not only to South Africans, but those within our borders. While there are many proposals in the bill that are welcomed and necessary, it is the view of the Democratic Alliance that the bill fails in 4 key areas. The first shortcoming is the bill's definition of what a dependent is. It is a limited definition and seriously prejudicial to asylum seekers who are the most in need of our protection. We must remember that no one wants to leave their home. No one wants to travel in unsafe environments to an uncertain future. We must understand and have great empathy for the desperation experienced by these asylum seekers. The bill does cater for minor biologically related children. However, the bill does not consider the case of formally or informally adopted children, nor does it consider the entire class of dependents beyond minor children, spouses, and parents. It is in fact silent on close relations that may be disabled, indigent, or suffer from some other form of disability. The very purpose of this bill is betrayed by its limiting definitions. The second shortcoming is the bill's definition of marriage. There is an unconstitutional double standard being played out with this definition. As well, domestically, both marriages and civil partnerships are acknowledged. This is not the case for civil partnerships concluded in foreign countries. We are a progressive and proud nation with strong and entrenched constitutional values. These values cannot count for South African citizens alone. This clause flies in the face of our Constitution, and it cannot be permitted to remain in our law when we have it within our means to change it. The third shortcoming is the fact that the bill currently withholds qualification for the refugee status in the event of a Schedule II crime having been committed within the Republic. None of us can pretend to understand the implications of being denied asylum. The asylum that refugees seek in South Africa often means the difference between life or death. To return someone to their homeland from which they are fleeing is potentially a death sentence. It is simply beyond comprehension that as South Africans, we would impose a death sentence for a crime committed in our borders. We spare our own citizens this fate and have legislated against this. Why would we deny a refugee the rights and privileges of our fair justice criminal justice system? The fourth shortcoming of this bill is the fact that upon ministerial decree, refugee status may cease. There is no further qualification or test for this session. As in all matters of human dignity and the right to life, power over the lives of asylum seekers should not be granted lightly. There should be a highly qualified test for such circumstance, or at the very least, it should be based upon reasonable ground. The bill before us today is admirable in its intentions, but it falls short of the acceptable mark. We have no fundamental opposition to this bill. In fact, we think that such legislation is imperative, but not like this and not in its current form. It is our opinion that the bill does not conform to our constitutional mandate, nor does it comply with international best practice. In this very year that we are celebrating 2 decades of living under the masterpiece that is our Constitution, let us hope that upon study by the NCOP and with minor amendments as suggested in committee, This bill will represent a higher and brighter future for South Africans and all who reside in her.
The next speaker is the Honourable Gumede.
The Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, good afternoon. We thank the Minister for the introduction of this important bill. As a country, we continue to develop a comprehensive migration document. A number of studies have been made about immigration and asylum seekers in South Africa, and the government responds continuously to the concerns of its citizens, of the immigrants, both documented and undocumented, and to the needs of the economy. As South Africans, we have to continue striking a balance between stakeholder needs equitably, reasonably, and with fairness to all. Over the coming weekend, all migration stakeholders will meet in a conference to be held in Sandton, which will comprehensively look at the issue of migration, of asylum seekers, refugees, and other immigrants to South Africa. The conference will seek inclusive solutions from academia, from experiences of stakeholders and public representatives. We are sure that after this conference, we shall be wiser, smarter, and better able to balance the needs of all stakeholders going forward. South Africa has had an abuse of the refugee, of the asylum seeker status. So we have to respond as a country. We've got to listen to our people, what their concerns are, and react justifiably and with justice to all the stakeholders. The ANC is a party of solutions, and inclusive solutions we shall have. We listen to the voices of all citizens before moving forward. Empirical evidence indicates that the majority of asylum seekers do not qualify. The presence of undocumented foreign nationals poses economic and security threats to the country, which the government has to deal with, and there are challenges relating to legislation, regulation of access to citizenship by foreign nationals. Therefore, there's a need to balance the inward flow of low-skilled labor to curtail the negative impact it has on domestic employment. Thus, the bill seeks to limit the large numbers of undeserving asylum seekers that are in fact economic migrants, if not refugees, from justice administration in their own countries. While the country needs and continues to benefit from skilled immigrants and those who want to invest, in the case of unskilled labor and the poor, this raises genuine economic as well as social issues that affect South Africa negatively. Some of the cases arise from unscrupulous employers who use desperate economic migrants to exert downward pressure on wages and working conditions of South African citizens. For example, a few years ago in Durban, when workers went on strike, the employer employed foreign nationals as scab labor. This resulted in conflict. And in some quarters, this conflict was called xenophobia. So we've got to manage this problem in such a way that we adhere to our values on the one hand. On the other hand, we make sure that our people, our citizens are not affected adversely by the position. The department has recently proposed a new approach to managing international migration, which it believes will go some way in addressing these issues. The new approach recognizes that migration is not a matter of the Department of Home Affairs only, but should involve the whole government as well as the whole of society. The government believes that South Africa must unite around a positive, pragmatic, and people-centered vision for managing international migration, which advances national interests and reflects our values, as the minister said on this podium last week. The minister last week also said that we should not dismiss poor working class South Africans as xenophobic or Afrophobic when they are raising genuine social and economic issues affecting them, especially relating to unscrupulous employers who use desperate migrants in order to exploit our fellow countrymen and women. Where criminals take advantage of a match, they should be identified and arrested, identified by the matchers as well as the police, so that we do not confuse genuine expression, political expression, with criminal activity. All governments, like all governments, the South African government will prioritize its own citizens for economic opportunities and employment. This happens all over the world, and we are not different. We welcome the joint business inspections that are carried out in business premises and the arrest of some employers as well as undocumented migrants. We also eagerly are waiting for the finalization of the Border Management Authority, given such large and porous land borders, and we believe that our borderline and ports of entry will be managed much better to protect our economy, our sovereignty, our security of all. Honorable Chairperson, the efforts of the AU for security, development, and peace shall hopefully add to the much-needed solutions for our beloved continent. Other African countries are our partners towards the realization of the dreams of Kwame Nkrumah and many African leaders. We shall always respect the dignity of everyone, black and white, irrespective of where they come from, in line with our values. We believe that these amendments will allocate scarce resources better, smarter, and the public will be served faster as we manage our international migration. Borrowing from the words of an African son who says, "Our glory lies in unity, our strength in our accord. Hatred and disparity we cannot afford as Africa. We are one, we shall strive to be one, and we shall be together." ANC supports this bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Just in response to the debate, the chairperson, the Honourable Mashile, raised the unintended consequences of certain court pronouncements as well as judge-made law in this area. Certainly refugee and immigration law is a highly, highly specialized field, and not many legal professionals are schooled in these fields. They coexist, but while most countries do have immigration laws, not many countries have refugee laws. And paramount to the execution of international protection law, under which the category of refugee law pertains, is that all actors in the state must act in concert with a common view of the law, its ambit, and importantly, its limitations. And our courts, I think, are yet to find a measured response to the asylum matters brought before them. We have a very broad definition of refugees, and we provide basic rights, including freedom of movement, access to various services. But this is not the case, honourable members, in most countries south of the Sahara in particular, and this is not the case globally. It is therefore incorrect and dishonourable, frankly, to call into question this government's commitment to international protection law. Honourable Dudley, I think, was most accurate in her assessment in this regard. And she raised, in addition, some figures which she attributed to Minister Gikaba, which I think I need to correct. Between 2008 and 2013, South Africa was amongst the largest recipients of asylum seekers in the world. From a peak of about more than 220,000 asylum applications in 2008, we have now moved to just under 40,000 last year, which is a decrease of about 550%. And we've seen marked declines in the numbers of new asylum seekers every year since 2011. While the numbers of persons granted asylum, interestingly, has risen from less than 2% to more than 10%, is another important indicator which tells us that we are being responsive to genuine asylum seekers while at the same time mitigating the occurrence of abuse in our centres. The amendments that members are by and large hopefully supporting today will mean that we can build on the efficiencies which have resulted in us taking away a lot of the abuse in the asylum centres. And we can now issue work visas, only to those who present with indigence amongst asylum communities. Because there are many, many asylum seekers who come here with a lot of resources, who don't need work permits while we are busy processing their applications. And by the way, we process applications now within 3 months. And it means also that we'll be able to assist to eliminate the backlogs at the Refugee Appeal Board. Importantly, members have agreed to a transitional clause which nobody made reference to, which would mean that all matters that are currently before the Refugee Appeals Authority and the SCRA will be dealt with in terms of the Principal Act as amended, meaning that the quorum requirements for these bodies fall away, and members of the Portfolio Committee were reassured by concomitant provisions that require all of the members of these bodies to be legally qualified persons, as is currently the case. The Honourable Mazone did not participate in any of the discussions in the Portfolio Committee, and I'll do her a service and suggest that she speaks to the Honourable Figlin to address her concerns, which coincidentally coincides with the NGOs who participated. If you don't mind, I'm speaking. It was the Honourable Figlin who was there throughout the discussions, and although I can't agree with him when he says when he calls into question our commitment to human rights, I think he knows better. Most countries on the continent host refugees in camps and not as we do in South Africa amongst ourselves in our communities. Here in this country, refugees have the right to freedom of movement and full participation in our economy. The Honourable Nkomo and Gumede raised the issue of porous borders, and I'm enormously grateful that they did. We had hoped from our side that the Border Management Authority Bill would also be on the order paper today as an important leg in maintaining our national sovereignty and safeguarding our national interests. We hope that our national interest in this regard will prevail in this matter. In conclusion, I just want to say the following, that the UNHCR coined the phraseology of burden sharing and urging countries to execute their protection commitments in equitable proportion. Today, the burden of sharing the duty of hosting refugees is skewed towards developing as opposed to developed countries. If the international protection regime is to continue into the next millennium, this has to be addressed. In addition, nations implicated in refugee-producing situations must be made to bear the bulk of the refugee burden so that they are compelled to consider the consequences and implications of wars
Honourable
that they
Deputy
cause.
Minister, your
Thank you
time is
very
now
much.
expired. Thank you. That concludes the debate. Order. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
Objection of the DA will be noted.
Chair, please note the objection of EFF.
Objection will be noted. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Refugees Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of recommendation of Portfolio Committee on Communications on appointment of Interim SABC Board and in respect of Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson thereof in terms of Section 15A of the Broadcasting Act.
I now recognize the Honourable Mach, the Chairperson of the committee, to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and good afternoon, members. The Portfolio Committee on Communications, having considered the resolution of the National Assembly to dissolve the South African Broadcasting Corporation Board, reports as follows. On the 5th of October 2016, the committee resolved that an inquiry into the finances of SABC Board to hold office in terms of Section 15, capital A of the Broadcasting Act 4 of 1999 was necessary. Following the resolution of the committee, the National Assembly established an ad hoc committee on the SABC Board inquiry to inquire inter alia into fitness of the SABC Board to discharge its duties as described in the Broadcasting Act number 4 of 1999 and any other applicable legislation. The ad hoc committee on SABC Board inquiry recommended to the National Assembly that the SABC Board be dissolved and that an interim board be appointed on the 7th March 2017. The National Assembly adopted the recommendation of the ad hoc committee on SABC Board inquiry. The committee began with the deliberations on the interim board of SABC on 24 January 2017 and agreed on the criteria to select the interim board members, and among other things, candidates should possess in-depth knowledge of the Broadcasting Act, legal expertise, and experience in dealing with human resources. Since the process of appointing an interim board does not require advertising and interviews, different parties had to come up with names to be deliberated and finalized
by the committee. On 14 February 2017, the committee met and parties submitted names of candidates as follows. The African National Congress submitted the names of Mr. Matata Tsedu, Mr. Rachel Kalidas, Mr. David Nidri, Mr. Krish Naidu, Mr. Phoebe Potgieter Kubule, Mr. Sulungeka Dazana, Ms. Kanyisile Kweyama, and Mr. Steve Motale. The Democratic Alliance submitted the following names: Mr. John Mattison, Ms. Tanya Bosch, Mr. Mpumelelo Mkabela, Mr. Jack Devnarian, and Mr. Michael Markovitz. COPE, on behalf of smaller parties, submitted the following names: Mr. Moses Moraladi, Mr. Kolisa Mbekeka, Mr. Dumile Mateza, and Ms. Pearl Lutul. The committee agreed to afford the EFF an opportunity to submit names through the committee on the 8th of March 2017. The EFF submitted the following names: Mr. Thabo Kwinana, Advocate Mujangu Gumbi, and Mr. Matata Tsedu, because EFF was not part of the meeting. On 14 March 2017, the committee deliberated on the names and recommends to the House that the following candidates be recommended for appointment to the interim board of the SABC. Mr. John Mattison, Mr. Matata Tsedu, Mr. Phoebe Potgieter, Mr. Kanyisile Kweyama, and Mr. Krish Naidu. Those are the 5 names. Did I say Mr. Miss Phoebe Potgieter? I know her very well. Furthermore, the committee recommends to the appointing authority that Ms. Kanyile Kweyama be appointed chairperson of the interim board and Mr. Matata Tsedu be appointed deputy chairperson of the interim board. We submit as the committee for Parliament to consider our proposal as the Portfolio Committee on Communications. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the recommendation of the committee that Mr. John Mattison, Mr. Matatu Tsedu, Mrs. Phoebe Potgieter-Kubule, Ms. Kanyisile Kwenyama, and Mr. Krish Naidu be appointed to the interim board of the South African Broadcasting Corporation, and that Ms. Kanyisile Kweyama and Mr. Matatu Tsedu be appointed chairperson and deputy chairperson, respectively? I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. There are requests for declarations. The Democratic Alliance.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. The DA supports...
Order, honourable members. Order.
Angakali.
Order, honourable members. Continue, honourable member.
The DA supports the report and its recommendation of names of candidates to serve on the SABC interim board. It is a pity that the Communications Committee did not fulfill the requirement to recommend names to the National Assembly for the interim board within 10 days of dissolution as required by the Broadcasting Act. The SABC board ceased to exist on the resignation of former chairperson Mr. Mwaleni Maguve on 19 December 2016. The recommendations of the names to this House today is therefore 3 months overdue. Nevertheless, better late than never. We therefore urge the President to urgently approve the recommended names within the 10 days required by the Broadcasting Act and not delay this matter any further. We wish the interim board very well on its mammoth task of steering the SABC to calm waters, and we urge them to take this task very seriously. The first order of business is to conduct a disciplinary inquiry into Mr. Hlaudi Motsweneng's fitness to hold office as required by the Western Cape High Court. It is high time that the SABC was rid of that cancer. The DA would like to commend all candidates who made themselves available to serve on the SABC Interim Board. It bears testament to the many quality, talented, and qualified individuals who are willing to serve in the public service. There's really, therefore, no need to be appointing duds to public boards. We note that the Minister of Communications is once again not in the House today and has been very scarce since the adoption of the SABC inquiry report. She even skipped 2 committee meetings because she was claimed she was busy with the President. We have also noted media reports that she'll be taking the SABC ad hoc committee report on review in order to stall the implementation of its recommendations, and also including halting the work of the SABC Interim Board. We strongly encourage the Minister not to do so because, as it stands, we will fight this matter tooth and nail in order to restore good governance at the SABC. Once again, we wish the SABC Interim Board well and look forward to engaging with it once appointed by the President. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF. Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The EFF knows the appointment of the SABC Interim Board.
Order, Honourable Members.
The challenge we have in the employees of the ANC that have been part of the problem that collapsed the board of the SABC. It does not matter as long those are appointed to the board are part of one faction or the other. The SABC will continue in the state of dysfunctionality. Krishna Idu works for the ANC on a full-time basis. The only member that as the EFF who are supporting is the name of Matata Tsedu. If we are going to build governance in the SABC, we must start with a credible board that will at all times do the work it is required for. If we must remove politics from the SABC for independent programming, journalist practices, and deepening of democracy. As long as the ANC and the Minister Faith Mutambi still have access to the board, the SABC will remain a broadcaster. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. The recent prolific meltdown of management and operations at the SABC has necessitated that an urgent interim board of directors be appointed. And as the chairperson said, it follows on the recommendation of the ad hoc committee. It is trite knowledge that these brave individuals who have accepted the challenge of steering this cooperation back towards a model of good governance have been given a poisoned chalice, filled to the brim with years of corporate mismanagement and maladministration. 5 board positions and a term of up to 6 months reveal the interim and emergency nature of the task at hand. It is an unenviable one, but one that must be performed. To the 5 appointees, the IFP congratulates and thanks you for accepting your nominations to the board. We wish you well in your tenure at the SABC and offer you our support as you seek to right the broadcaster to its original state as a model of good corporate governance and profit. Having said that, Honourable Chairperson, I just want to follow on the Honourable Member of the DA, Honourable Van Dam. I don't know if the surname has changed, but I'll call her Honourable Van Dam. She mentioned the fact that there are reports, media reports, that the Honourable Minister of Communication and the department intends taking the report that this House, all sides of the House, and every member approved unanimously the report of the SABC ad hoc committee and all the resolutions and recommendations we made. Now, does she want to make Parliament a laughing stock in the courts of our land? Does she not know about an Intergovernmental Framework Act which says that there should be internal processes that need to be exhausted first? Talk to the other arms of government before you run off to court. Or does she want to go to court and get embarrassed like somebody else who's in the limelight for the last 2 days, where the Honorable Chief Justice says incompetence of the highest order? Well, if she wants to do that, she must do that. But I think it's showing disdain for this House, this august House, if a member of the executive wants to take this Parliament and a report of this Parliament on review. I hope she does not do that, and I trust that the interim board will apply their minds to the work at hand. We want to see this cooperation get back to a footing where all South Africans can be proud of the public broadcaster. And as I said, all of us in this House will support this interim board, but we hope that the interim board do not think that their stay is going to be more than 6 months, because the Portfolio Committee needs to also expeditiously begin the process of the permanent appointment of board members, a process which we've recommended as a committee should be the same as the process involved in the appointment of the public protector. We will support these 5 members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kobisa.
House Chairperson, thank you very much, honorable members. We believe as the National Freedom Party that today perhaps marks the concrete step of resurrecting the SABC. And it comes just immediately after the report of the ad hoc committee. But at the same time, we are cognizant of the fact that the Portfolio Committee has a mandate of an oversight, which we believe that having received the report of the ad hoc committee, they will be able to read it, scrutinize it, and then execute their constitutional obligation of doing oversight. Now, we believe that the new board, the interim board, will operate in a non-partisan manner and ensure that the SABC serves the masses of our people, and it will be credible and be independent. And of course, we take note that the interim board comes at a juncture when the financial liquidity of the SABC is showing a shortfall of 503 million. And we hope, as we recommended earlier on in the ad hoc committee, that they will have to turn the corner with regard to the finances of the SABC and bring about stability in the SABC. So obviously, therefore, the interim board has a mammoth task, a very daunting task ahead of it. We are aware of also the fact that the individuals, the candidates that have been nominated, bring with them a wealth of experience and some credentials that they got. For instance, Ms. Kweyama has got that corporate experience, has got a master's degree in management, and has been in various positions in the management corporate sector. And we have Krishna Du, a lawyer. We have Matata Sedu, a veteran editor and also a journalist. And Ms. Potgieter Kubule comes with as a political scientist and also schooled in the media studies as well. And also Mr. John Mattison, who is a professor also and in media studies. We believe that this wealth of experience will be put down and ensure that SABC is resuscitated. There is indeed a plethora of issues that they've got to attend to. For instance, they have to deal with the financial stability of SABC, human resources, issues of corruption, shady and suspicious deals that are there in SABC, and also look into the issues of the report of the Auditor General and the remedial work that was put forth by the public protector. All these issues will need a great deal of skill. Therefore, as the NFB, we wish the interim board success, and we hope that there will come a time when there will be no corruption, no fraud, when we will have credible people to steer ahead the SABC. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable Madisha.
Honourable Chair and honourable members, permit me to thank the Portfolio Committee members for working with each other and or one another regarding this whole issue of SABC. I'm happy that as a committee, we are moving in unison in our conviction that since SABC belongs to the people of our country, this parliament represents the people of South Africa and must actually therefore deliver. There are very serious problems, as you know, in the SABC. We have no board. That's a major problem. Workers are being dismissed, wrongly of course. Many are forced to resign. For example, 53% in a short period of time. Those people were kicked out. Corruption levels are unbelievable. For example, Taudi Mutraining does not have a required qualification, yet he gives himself salaries, salary increments that go beyond 4 million rand. He gives himself overpay. You talk about 11 million and 33 million rand later this year, as it has been put out there. The other thing is that corruption, mainly beyond that, has become momentous, and that which is taken from the SABC belongs to the people of South Africa. We are therefore saying, please let us agree that this committee must go on. It is not going to be there forever and forever. It's there for a period of 6 months, after which we'll be able to come up with a committee that will be able to go on and help the people of South Africa, the people whom you represent. We agree as Congress of the People.
Before I recognize the next speaker, Honorable Singh.
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, I'd just like to rise on a point of order. Just to correct what I said earlier, I think earlier I said that all parties supported the report unanimously, but I realize now that the UDM did not support the report. So I just wanted to correct that.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Kwankwa.
Hi, Honorable Singh Yakuba. Thank you very much, House Chair. The United Democratic Movement supports the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee on Communications on the appointment of the Interim Board of the embattled SABC. We believe that the nominees are skilled and experienced leaders in their field who will toil night and day to pull the SABC out of the quagmire in which it finds itself. The new Interim Board has its work cut out for it. It has to restore the credibility of the SABC, oversee the management and ensure good governance at SABC. It also has to ensure that at its upper echelons, the SABC is not mindless but deliberate. It is not cavalier in the execution of its mandate but careful and responsible. Furthermore, this interim board must move with speed to deal with all the findings of financial mismanagement at SABC. In addition to the recommendations of the ad hoc committee, one of the matters that should feature prominently on the interim board agenda is the SABC's cash flow problems and its impact on the engagement of freelance journalists and freelancers and fixed-term contractors at SABC. We have been told horror stories about how some of these employees have been ill-treated over the past few months at SABC, with some of them being told a day ahead of the expiry of their contracts that their contracts would not be renewed. There are also allegations that many of these workers whose contracts will expire soon have been told that their contracts would not be renewed, while those whose contracts have already expired have been ruthlessly purged. Many such journalists manage critical programs for the SABC, which has serious implications for the quality of the final product. The interim board should urgently review the financial situation at SABC with a view to address it. It also needs to review SABC's policy on the employment of freelance journalists, freelancers, and fixed-term contractors, as this has now been turned into another form of modern-day slavery, which is immoral. These are some of the issues, honorable members, that the SABC Interim Board has to focus on as it endeavors to be midwives of the rebirth of the SABC. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to wish it the greatest success in its new assignment. Siyabulela, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP supports the 5 names recommended and wishes to thank all candidates who availed themselves for appointment. Now, having participated in the ad hoc committee, we do not envy the enormous task facing this interim board. And the ad hoc committee made far-reaching recommendations, including urgently engaging the Auditor General on the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and we trust that they'll be very fruitful in that engagement. We also believe that they will need to initiate disciplinary action and, of course, institute an independent forensic investigation into all those questionable and irregularly awarded contracts. Now, a matter of great concern highlighted by the ACDP during the ad hoc deliberations was and is the financial state of the public broadcaster. Now, while the SABC is by no means insolvent, its assets exceed its liabilities, I raised serious concerns about its cash reserves, and this information is set out in the management letter of the Auditor General. And parliamentarians it would be helpful to get those management letters that go deeper into the Auditor General's reports that are presented before Parliament. They are very useful. And whilst the acting CEO, Mr. James Maguma, assured Scopa in February that the broadcaster's financial performance was satisfactory, a confidential internal risk committee report up to the end of January paints a totally different picture. And we see that cash reserves plummeted to 174 million in December, drastically down from 1 billion cash reserves in 2015. And whilst the cash balance has improved slightly in January to 330 million, mainly due to delayed payments to suppliers, that confidential report warns that the liquidity requirement of SABC is 650 million rand per month on average. So this will undoubtedly be the most pressing issue facing the interim board, and we wish them well. We also recommended as the ad hoc committee that the interim and final boards should ensure an environment free from fear and intimidation or abuse of power. And it is imperative that the interim board urgently investigates intimidation and death threats to employees, and particularly those directed to the SABC 8, even when they were giving evidence before the ad hoc committee. Lastly, the ad hoc committee made serious findings about political interference at the SABC. Now that, bear in mind, came from across all political party lines, and it recommended that all political interference in the board's operations must be condemned and must be reported to the Parliamentary Ethics Committee. So we trust that the interim and final boards will withstand any form of political interference that has become the norm at the public broadcaster. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Honourable House Chair, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, good afternoon. African National Congress welcomes the report tabled here by Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. The People's Movement commits itself to work even more harder to make sure that existing legal framework that guides this process will be followed to its total conclusion with the necessary speed it deserves, Honourable Van Dam. We thank all opposition parties that we worked with during this process on the patriotism that they displayed during this process. Ours is to exercise an effective oversight to the interim board. We are not the board, we don't even want to be, but ours is to make sure that we play our constitutional responsibility to make sure that the interim board, as it is now being put in place by this august house, will follow all the legal processes so that we can fast track the process going forward. Honorable members, let's hold hands even more tighter on the road ahead of us, on the establishment of the new board now. I wish to thank the wisdom of the Chairperson of the Communication Committee in steering the ship so wisely. The whole process, there was no voting. All parties did present their names, as the members have just reflected to that. But because of his wisdom, we were able to negotiate through a very honest and frank discussions between political parties, a consensus was reached. Therefore, honorable members, I hope as the ANC, we can travel this road together in making sure that we have indeed a clean governance. Once again, honorable chairperson of the House, with great minds, singavumelana kungavumelani, but also in the same minds, singavumelana kungavumelani. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Kwankwa, why are you rising?
Chairperson, can I just clarify something quickly, if you don't mind?
Yes, Honourable Member.
I think I know Honourable Singh was referring when he said that the report that the UDM did not support was the ad hoc committee's report. But I think the unintended consequence of that is that it created confusion. People think that the UDM does not support even this report, which we are supporting. I just wanted to put that on record.
Okay, I'll put the question again. Are there any objections? There's no objections and the report is agreed to. Mr. John Matheson, Mr. Matata Tsedu, Mrs. Phoebe Potgieter-Kubule, Ms. Kanyisile Weyama, and Mr. Krish Naidu are therefore recommended for appointment to the Interim Board of the South African Broadcasting Corporation, and Ms. Kanyisile Kweyama and Mr. Matata Tsedu are recommended for appointment as chairperson and deputy chairperson, respectively. The names will be forwarded to the President for consideration for appointment. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of request for permission in terms of Rule 2864C to inquire into amending other provisions of Magistrates Courts Act, number 32 of 1944.
The report will be introduced on behalf of the chairperson of the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, having considered the Court of Law Amendment Bill, referred to it and classified by the joint tagging mechanism as Section 75 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, while I would like to report as follows. The Constitutional Court of Law Amendment Bill was referred to the committee on the 11th May 2016. The bill was advertised for the public comments in various newspapers in all the languages that are recognized by the Constitution of the Republic. Public hearings took place on the 31st of August 2016. This bill, honorable members, seeks to amend the Magistrates Courts Act number 32 of 1944, largely to address the abuses in civil debt recovery system, to provide for the rescission of judgment where the judgment debt has been settled. It also amends Superior Courts Act number 10 of 2013 by inserting a new section, Section 23A, which provides for a rescission of judgment with the consent of the judgment creditor where a judgment debt has already been settled. Whilst we're deliberating in the committee meeting, it came to the light that the legal aid clinic at the University of Stellenbosch had brought an application to the High Court, which was also appealed in the Constitutional Court on behalf of its client. That was to the effect that clients who were low-wage earners and were subject to exploitation of lending practices and debt collection procedures. This application sought to have parts of Section 65J, subsection 2 of the Magistrates Court Act of 1944 declared unconstitutional, as they failed to provide for judicial oversight over issues of emolument attachment orders against the judgment debtor. The application further sought a declaration of an emolument attachment order, which obtained with the written consent of the debtor in jurisdiction that alien of the debtor, invalid on the basis that it was permitted by legislation. The Constitutional Court, in the above-mentioned cases, and the Judge Desai, as he is, noted that this judgment, after it was taken, Immediately it was taken order that no emolument attachment order may be issued unless the court has authorized issuing of such an order, after it has satisfied itself that that order is just and equitable, and that the amount that the order wants is appropriate, notwithstanding that the judgment debtor has consent to the emolument attachment order previously. Honorable members, these amendments are in line with the rules of this House. So the rules of this House proposes rule number 2864C of this House provides that if a bill amends a provision of the legislation, it must, if it intends to propose amendment to the other provision of the legislation, it must seek permission of this House to do so. The bill is introduced as referred to by the committee and did not amend Section 55 of the Magistrates Courts Act. The committee therefore requests this Assembly to give permission to amend Section 55 by inserting Section 55A in this particular legislation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the committee being granted permission in terms of Rule 286, Sub-Rule 4, Paragraph C, to inquire into amending other provisions of the Magistrates Court Act? Any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 7th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on provisional suspension of Magistrate S.R. Munaledi.
Are there any objections to the adoption of the recommendation of the committee, namely that the provisional suspension from office of Ms. S.R. Munaledi be confirmed? No objections. Agreed to.
House Chairperson, we would like to make a declaration.
Honourable Breitenbach.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development considered the report on the provisional suspension of Magistrate Munaledi, the Regional Court President of the North West Province, in mid-February. The initial presentation by the Magistrates Commission was met with derision by the ANC members of the committee, who launched a scathing attack on the credibility and integrity of the investigation done by two senior magistrates. In the face of a comprehensive preliminary investigation into the fitness of Ms. Munaledi to hold office, those members unanimously declined to support her suspension. The allegations contained in the report against Ms. Munaledi are of an extremely serious nature and include the following. Ms. Munaledi refused to cooperate with the investigation and declined to provide her version of the events. She was absent from her office for an average of 71.49% of the time over the period October 2013 to October 2017. And it could not be confirmed that for the remaining 28.151% of the time she was in fact in her office. She does not render any court work in the regional court in her area of jurisdiction. She has never sat on the regional court bench as the regional court president. She claimed a total amount of 953,838 rand and 56 cents over the period 2013 to October 2015. Some of these claims amounted to overpayments, some to fruitless expenditure, some were false claims in respect of the South African Judicial Education Institute, and some were false claims in respect of the Magistrates Commission. The information supplied in support of the claims is contradicted by independent information. The suspension was supported by the Minister of Justice, who provisionally suspended Ms. Munaledi on the 30th of November after he had given the matter due consideration. Despite this, the ANC members of the Portfolio Committee decided to ignore his advice, bizarrely suggesting instead that there was some sort of ulterior motive by the opposition parties to suspend only women magistrates, which is of course devoid of any truth. The ANC, who claimed to be serious in the fight against corruption, again demonstrated they are not capable of walking their own talk. They refused to suspend a regional court president who is employed in high office to give direction to the region, to sit on the bench in her division and give direction to all the employees in that office. Instead, she has been largely absent, conducted her own personal affairs in office hours, and submitted claims for reimbursement that give rise to grave concerns. Those members of the Portfolio Committee demanded a range of further investigations, including, astonishingly, an investigation by the Auditor General. Now, 3 weeks later, the ANC have done an about-face and have decided with a large measure of reluctance to implement the suspension with not one iota of further information. Not much speculation is required to determine why this is, but they are getting away yet again with wasting time and the taxpayers' money by their inability to get their act together and take decisions based on facts. The chairman of the Portfolio Committee had an ex parte meeting, bizarrely, with the minister and came back to crack the party whip, causing this rather startling about-face. It demonstrates yet again that the ANC have not come to grips with basic principles of democracy and only reluctantly pay lip service to the provisions they in reality resent. It is abundantly clear that this person should not be on the bench. It is clear that she should not be allowed to occupy a position where she sits, even only in theory, in judgment over others. She sets a shockingly bad example to her juniors and her peers. She brings the criminal justice system into disrepute. The ANC members of the Justice Portfolio Committee did exactly the same thing by dilly-dallying on this issue, and once again let the people of South Africa down. I thank you.
The EFF.
The judicial arm of the state remains our only hope. Safeguard our constitutional democracy, peace, and stability. We do not have a credible government. One person who was supposed to embody the Constitution has instead become a constitutional delinquent and broken an oath of office. Our government is captured, and Mr. Zuma and the Guptas have been looting state resources in billions, as and when they wish, without anyone stopping them. Ngoku siyayazi ukuba sisengxakini engapha komlingo. Urhulumente akasathembakalanga ebantwini ukuzisa inkonzo ezifana nenkamnkam yabantu. Le parliament isike yalinqowa kuba osomlome basuke bazizithunzela zikaZuma neGuptas. Le ndlu ayikwazi ukubuza nto kwicabinet kuba bathethelelwa ngosomlomo. Uphelile unyaka, inkundla yomgaqo siseko inixelele ukuba uZuma wophule umgaqo siseko kunye nesifungo sakhe seofisi. Nenza ntoni ngaloo nto dololo? Not even acknowledge the constitutional judgment officially.
Honourable Member, will you take your seat? Honourable Member, will you take your seat? Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Order, Chairperson, I think it's in the order of precedent that this member must call President Zuma rather than calling with his first name saying Zuma. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member, you must please refer in respectful terms to other members, and that includes the President as well.
Mr. Zuma, the EFF has rightfully called for dissolution of National Assembly, but the ANC refused to listen, rendering the parliament useless. All we have that remains for us is the judiciary, and only when men and women of highest esteem
Honourable
are
Member,
in charge.
will you take your seat, please?
What have I done now?
Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Can the Honourable Member take a question?
Honourable Member, are you prepared to take a question?
Yes, should give me a question.
The member is prepared to take a question.
I want to know what is...
No, honourable members, please, ask the question.
No, I want to know why is he not attending the committee meetings? That is question one. Question two, I want to know what is his understanding of constitutional democracy?
Honourable Member, are you prepared to answer that question?
I can answer that question simply. Firstly, is referring to me. I sit in Labour Committee and my attendance 100%. Secondly, democracy is about accountability. Those who are in the executive must be held accountable by this parliament and not speakers defending them. That's democracy. The EFF has rightfully called for dissolution of National Assembly, but the ANC refused to listen, rendering parliament useless. All we have that remains is the judiciary, and only when men and women of highest esteem are in charge, we can be guaranteed of its independence. It is for this reason that we cannot have people of nationality anywhere near of our judicial system while investigations
Honourable Member, will you just take your seat? Why are you rising now, Honourable Member?
I'm
terms
rising
of which rule are you rising?
I'm rising in terms of Rule 68.
Yes.
The relevance, because we're discussing a suspension of a magistrate here. We're not discussing issues that is relating to
Honourable
whatever he's
Member,
talking about.
Honourable Member, will you take your seat? The member is about to finish his speech.
Bongo, you're becoming a nuisance. It is for this reason that we cannot have people of Ms. Munaledi anywhere near our judicial system while the investigation is underway. Parliament must communicate to the minister in writing that the investigation into Ms. Munaledi is concluded to ensure that if there are criminal charges, they must be brought forward immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. An allegation or a charge of misconduct against a magistrate or a judge is always viewed by society in a very grave light, because society expects judicial officers to be above reproach. Judicial officers as the very embodiment of the justice system of any nation. Therefore, any blemish on a judge or magistrate makes the people lose hope in their justice system as a whole. This is mainly because justice must not only be done, but must also be seen to have been done. In the light of the above, the IFP views the conduct of Magistrate S.R. Munaledi as a disgrace to the good name, the dignity, and the esteem of the Office of Magistrates and the Administration of Justice, especially because of her esteemed position as the president of a regional court. Ms. Munaledi is alleged to have submitted excessive transport claims, being more absent than present in her office, as well as for her failure to perform any work in the regional court. Ms. Munaledi's absenteeism between the years 2013 and 2015 amounted to an average of over 71% of the available work days. When it comes to her transport claims, she seemed to have created a second salary for herself, because in the past 3 years, such claims amounted to almost 1 million rand for meetings she never attended, and even for meetings of the Magistrates Commission which never took place. To add salt to the wound, Ms. Munaledi obtained a certificate of good standing from the Magistrates Commission in which it was indicated that there were no pending investigations against her, in spite of her having been informed of the decision to conduct an investigation against her. The purpose of the certificate was to use it as motivation in her application for appointment as a judge of the High Court. The IFP holds a strong view that this lady is not fit for office, and should she be found guilty of these allegations, she should be removed from office and be criminally charged for fraud. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP.
Ngibonga isihlalo ngibingelela amalungu ahloniphekile alendlu. Ngaphandle nje kokupholisa amaseko sihlalo, iqembu le-NFP liyakweseka ukumiswa kwalemantshi esikhuluma ngawo namhlanje uSR Munaledi. Asikwazi ukuthi siyizwe sibe nabantu bomthetho esithembele kubo abafana nezimantshi nabahluleli nabashushisi abangatholakala bezibandakanya ezenzweni zenkohlakalo nokuqhuba kabi imisebenzi yabo. Imiphakathi yakithi ithembele kakhulu ekutheni uma khona ongahambi kahle kumalungelo abo noma behlukumezekile indlela athile, inkantolo yizo eziyobasiza zibaxazululele leso simo ezobesuke bebhekene naso. Futhi ke abantu bomthetho abasebenza njengale manje esikhuluma ngayo, abantu esilindele ukuthi babe isibonelo ekutheni uziphatha kanjani uma uyisikhonzi senkantolo noma usebenza ngaphansi kwezomthetho. Asikwazi ukuvumela ukuthi sibe nemantshi eyihlazo ngalendlela njengalesikhuluma ngayo. Empeleni ichilo leli esikhuluma ngalo ngoba ukuthi nje imantshi itholakele ezenzweni zenkohlakalo nezobuqhetseba nezobukhwabanisa akwamukeleka ngaloko sihlalo ngako asikwazi ukukuvumela. Siyakweseka ke kutheni le mantshi akihlala ekhaya iphenywe ngaloku uziphatha kwawo eyichilo ngalendlela. Uma kutholakala ukuthi necala cha siyothi mayisuke ehlalweni ixoshwe ukuze izinhlaka zomthetho ziqhubeke njalo zihlonishwa futhi nezinqumo ezithathwa khona zethenjwe njengeyinqumo eziphusile ezingaveli kubantu abanenkohlakalo. Ngakho ke ngaphandle nje kokupholisa amaseko siyaweseka le report noma lenkulumo esikhuluma ngayo namhlanje ekutheni unkosazana akasuka ehlalweni akaphenywe nje. Ngiyabonga.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP supports this report. Any judicial officer, including a magistrate, must be beyond reproach when sitting in judgment of other people. And similarly, let's just emphasize that there's no guilt finding against the magistrate here, but there are very serious allegations against her, including that she submitted excessive transport claims, was seldom in the office, performed no work in the regional court, and was apparently never available to the public, prosecutors, and the clerical staff. What makes matters worse is that Ms. Monaledi is not only a regional court president for the Northwest Province, but is also a member of the Magistrates Commission and has applied to be a judge of the High Court. Now, I was a member of the Magistrates Commission for many years, and it's an esteemed body to appoint and discipline magistrates. So that is why the committee has seen this in a very serious light following the investigation of 2 senior magistrates. And from the available evidence, it would appear that there's more than sufficient evidence available to prove on a balance of probabilities that Ms. Monaledi not only has made herself guilty of misconduct, but that there is prima facie evidence that she has on numerous occasions submitted false subsistence, travel and transport claims and therefore may have committed fraud. The Ethics Committee and of course the Magistrates Commission, as well as the Minister himself, agreed that given the seriousness of the charges, she should not perform the functions of a judicial officer whilst the disciplinary hearing and the possible criminal charges are pending. They recommended provisional suspension without anticipating the outcome of the hearing. The ACDP agrees. Ms. Mondaledi's alleged conduct has tarnished the good name, dignity and esteem of the Office of Magistrate and the administration of justice, and we thus support the report and the provisional suspension of Ms. Monaledi. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. What I just want to say is that, you know, we now beginning to realize that Parliament is becoming a house of horror and insults. And to some extent, a house of creating
Honorable
stories.
members.
Please understand that the public depends on us. They are watching you, and they want you to tell them the true stories. Creating controversy where it's not necessary wouldn't actually make you look good. The DA, you continue
Honorable members.
to be delusional in pursuit always of trying to gain favor from the magistracy and from the judiciary. Please do not contradict Parliament's business. MS Monaledi was appointed as a regional court president on the 2nd of June 2003. On the 5th of March 2015, the Commission received a letter from a source not identified, which alleged that MS Monaledi had submitted excessive transport claims, was seldom in office, performed no work in the regional court, and was never available to the public prosecution attorneys and the clerical staff. On the 23rd of July 2015, the matter was referred to the Commission's Ethics Committee, which resolved that a preliminary investigation be conducted into the allegations. Subsequently, 2 senior magistrates were appointed to obtain evidence with regard to allegations and all matters connected with or incidental thereto in order to determine whether there are any grounds for a charge of misconduct against the Regional Court President, MS Monaledi. The Magistrates Commission alleges that from the evidence obtained, it would appear that there is sufficient evidence available to prove on a balance of probability that MS Monaledi made herself guilty of misconduct. It is further alleged that there is also prima facie evidence that MS Monaledi on numerous occasions submitted false subsistence, travel, and transport claims and therefore committed
House Chairperson.
fraud amongst others.
Yes, Honourable Member, will you just take a seat, please? Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
House Chairperson, will the Honourable Puzani Majeke take a question?
Honourable Member, are you prepared to take a question?
Yes.
If this is as serious as it is, as you're saying out, why did you block it on the first occasion?
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the DA. This is why my introductory remarks are saying, please do not have insults all the time when you come to the podium. Please do not have stories
Honourable
to
members.
tell to the public.
Honourable
Because
Member.
all this that you are saying is just delusional. It's not happening. And then you create a story, but your problem is that you are always trying to gain favor. Instead of looking at legitimate parliament business, addressing it on behalf of South Africans. During the past 3 years, it is alleged that she claimed a total amount of 953,838.6 rands. Within which the Commission identified a number of discrepancies, including that in 41 instances, she claimed to have had attended meetings held by the Commission or one of its committees, while in fact no such meetings were held on the days she claimed they took place. As at its meeting of the 25th of November 2016, the Commission deliberated on the matter and agreed that the evidence against MS Monaledi was serious in nature to make it inappropriate for her to perform functions of the magistrate or regional court president while the allegations are being investigated, which is what we are supporting. And we are therefore recommending that having considered this Commission's report, a provisional suspension from office of MS Monaledi be undertaken, and therefore this will then be pending what we have actually recommended as the need for forensic investigation, because we take the matter as serious. And one other thing is that it wouldn't help when a matter of this nature is actually brought before us to actually behave towards it as if a member of the magistracy has already been found guilty. Honorable Swart has clearly articulated that. Here there are allegations, and in my earlier presentations, I've indicated that allegations were actually received from a source that is not known yet. The only problem is that if you work with the opposition, that doesn't actually intend looking at matters legitimately. But when a matter is actually put before the committee, instead of looking at it honestly, without fear, favor, or prejudice, you then start behaving towards it as a way of actually looking at opportunities of making friends. This is what causes a problem, and then you end up trying to make us to look like we are controversial, trying to make us look like we are irrational in whatever we are presenting. Nothing was irrational. A conclusion has therefore been reached after we were actually addressed by the chairperson of the Ethics Committee to actually indicate to us that we have to support the suspension of Magistrate Monaledi. We have then therefore decided that suspension will be appropriate. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Order, honorable members, there are no objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day. I'm advised by the table that on the matter that we've just discussed, we'll have to put the question again. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think all of us are agreed to, and therefore there are no objections. I'll now ask the Secretary to read the last order of the day.
Debate on 20th anniversary of the Constitution and Human Rights Day, celebrating 20 years of the Constitution and human rights.
I'll now ask Honorable Mseha to lead the discussion.
Honorable House Chairperson, distinguished members of Parliament, the celebration of our Constitution and human rights take place in the year that we celebrate the life and times of our icon, Oliver Reginald Tambo, affectionately known as OR. In particular, we must celebrate OR's contribution to the development of our constitutional jurisprudence and the Bill of Rights. OR was informed by the human rights culture developed by his forebears. This culture is contained in the following documents. The 1923 ANC Bill of Rights, which reclaimed the African humanity, Ubuntu Wotu, and the right of African people to participate in the economic life of the country. The African Claims, which reclaimed the African right of self-determination and human rights. The 1949 Program of Action, which reclaimed the African land and its natural resources. The 1954 Women's Charter and 1955 Freedom Charter. OR was the embodiment of the ANC humanist philosophy and human rights culture. OR observed quite correctly that the fundamental problem facing our country was and still is racism. OR also helped us to identify, characterize the nature of our society. He said, and I quote, "In all the phases of the development of South African state, racism has served three principal purposes. First was to justify the seizure of our country, our land and wealth by colonizers. The second was to establish the basis for the transformation of the dispossessed millions of our people into instruments of labor for the enrichment of the colonizers. The third was to legitimize the exclusive concentration of political power in the hands of a few." The 1994 democratic breakthrough transferred political, not cultural, social, and political power to the majority. We have now entered a transitional period to a cultural, social, and economic transformation. There are serious constraints to this transition. The constraints on this transition are deeply embedded in our history of racism and colonialism. O.R. Tambo cherished a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa in which the value of every citizen is measured by our common humanity, Ubuntu Botu. O.R. understood and described the enormity of the problem in terms of at the Kabye Consultative Conference in Zambia in 1985, which laid the foundation for the achievement of the democratic society that OR envisaged. The conference took place at the time when pressure was increasing on the apartheid regime to enter into negotiations with the National Liberation Movement. OR realized and acknowledged the need to develop a post-apartheid South African constitutional policy informed by the human rights culture. To this end, OR established the Department of Legal and Constitutional Affairs and appointed Dr. Zola Skweyiya as the head of the committee. In that department moved swiftly to mobilize the democratic lawyers movement in the country, which saw the emergence of the National Association of Democratic Lawyers, NADEL, in 1986. In his opening address to Parliament in 1986, President Botha responded to these developments. He stated that the government was committed to, I quote, the sovereignty of law as the basis for the protection of the fundamental rights of individuals as well as groups. This statement laid the foundation for the doctrine of human and group rights. In the same year, 1986, Kobi Kotsi, Minister of Justice, instructed the Government Statutory Law Commission to make recommendations about the definition and protection of group rights and to consider the possible introduction of a Bill of Rights. A working group under the direction of Justice P.J.J. Oliphir was deputed to undertake the task, and members of the general public as well as expert lawyers were invited to make submissions. In the same year, 1986, Professor Johan van der Weyser, after consultation with the ANC in Lusaka, organized a symposium on human rights. The symposium discussed the question of human and group rights proposed by President P.W. Botha. At the conference, the Democratic Lawyers Congress, led by myself and young black lawyers, formed the Anti-Bill of Rights to oppose P.W. Botha's constitutional reforms and the group rights ideology in particular. In 1987, the ANC adopted the Statement on Negotiations, which also rejected the apartheid regime's group rights ideology. The same year, 1987, the ANC and members of NADEL and Black Lawyers Association BLA attended the conference called The World United Against Apartheid in Arusha, Tanzania. The conference discussed inter alia legitimacy versus legality of the apartheid constitutional order. In 1988, the ANC published the Constitutional Guidelines for a Democratic South Africa, which were profoundly influenced by the Freedom Charter. The following year, the South African Law Commission, headed by Judge P.J.J. Oliphir, produced a draft Bill of Rights which endorsed basic civic and political freedoms and firmly rejected protection of racially defined group interests, while opening the way for the protection of cultural, religious, and language rights. But F.W. de Klerk, who became state president in September 1989, sidelined Judge Oliphir's report and together with Gerrit Viljoen, Minister of Constitutional Affairs, continued to press for power-sharing mechanisms rooted in group rights. Informed by the ANC human rights culture, ANC produced the Harare Declaration, which provided the basis and a roadmap for a negotiated political settlement. It is important to note that the critical issue that arose from this process was the question whether there should be group rights or human rights. And the ANC opposed group rights because group rights was an ideology that informed the Bantustan process. But today, also the ANC ensured that when the new constitution was adopted, that confidence building mechanisms are incorporated in that constitution to ensure that all South Africans, both black and white, buy into this constitutional dispensation. And that's why today we have a Bill of Rights which also include the Section 25 of the Constitution and the enabling legislation called Land Redistribution Act. Those who don't understand the process of nation building and the importance of ensuring that all South Africans buy into that process, today are calling for unconstitutional ways of changing the Constitution and also undertaking certain processes which would lead to chaos and disturb the peace and security that our people are enjoying. So I want to say in this honorable house that our constitution is not wrongly called one of the best in the world, because this constitution makes provision for orderly changes that are desired in the light of the situation obtaining in the country. And therefore, I want to propose that this House, in terms of this Constitution, has the fullest power to bring about whatever changes are desirable, and therefore that there is no rational basis why this Constitution should be subverted. But the critical issue that we need to be mindful of, as OR indicated, is that racism ensured that a minority gets ownership of 87% of the country. And that is the reason why we have poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And that is why we have a deepening moral degeneration in the country. And that, therefore, means that we must utilize the powers that we have to ensure that we adopt the necessary legislation of general application to ensure that we are able to redistribute the land and its natural resources to the majority of the people. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Salfo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was really great to be a member of Parliament in 1994 and to be a member of the Constitutional Committee that was shaping our country's constitution. It was a great privilege and honor to serve in the same committees as people like Khada Ashmal, Bridget Mabandla, Tony Leon, Musa Zondi, Richard Sazani, Colin Eglin, Mohammed Baba, and even the excitable Salih Mani. But there were many, many people who contributed to our Constitution and the great Constitution that it is. One felt at that time that we were making history, that the huge yoke of apartheid had been lifted from our shoulders, that the future was full of promise. One central idea animated our discussions, that we were never, ever going to allow the abuse of power, the systematic trampling of human rights, the tortures and the killings, the secrecy and the lack of accountability that had characterized the apartheid state to occur again in democratic South Africa. It is thus natural that the Bill of Rights should be at the heart of the Constitution. The Bill of Rights encompasses not only traditional rights, such as that of the right to equality, dignity, life, freedom, privacy, freedom of religion, belief, and opinion, but also second and third generation rights, such as the right to basic education, to a clean environment, and to access to adequate housing, healthcare, food, water, and social security. Bearing in mind the abuse of the past, the Bill of Rights was careful to guarantee the rights of arrested and detained persons, and provided that the conditions of detention be, quote, consistent with human dignity, including exercise and the provision of adequate accommodation, nutrition, reading material, and medical treatment. Now, as we approach Human Rights Day, we must ask whether South Africans enjoy those rights. The answer must be an overwhelming no. Anybody who has been to a mud school with a pit latrine will know that some South Africans are denied the right to basic education and to dignity. Anybody who has stood in a queue at a clinic and has gone home still sick without having seen a doctor or a sister will know that access to healthcare services needs vast improvement. And anybody who has visited a prison will know that the conditions, particularly for remand detainees, do not remotely conform with what the Bill of Rights prescribes. The brutal fact is that the government has failed to guarantee the Bill of Rights. Instead of getting decent and efficient services they deserve and which are guaranteed by the Constitution, our people get wastage, corruption, and cronyism. It is particularly appropriate.
Honourable Member, can you take a seat? What is the point of order?
Chair, I want to check if the member is in a position to take a question.
Honourable Member, would you take a question?
If I had more time, I would do so, but I don't.
Thank you. Can you take a seat, Honourable Member?
It is particularly appropriate that this debate takes place today, when 17.1 million of the poorest and most vulnerable South Africans are having to access the Constitutional Court to guarantee their right to social security because someone, somewhere, has received a kickback. The reality is that this government is arrogant and uncaring. It does not care for the rule of law, as is so clearly illustrated by the contemptuous way the Minister of Social Development has treated the directions of the Constitutional Court. It treats criticism with scorn and invariably resorts to the race card. It has quite simply lost touch with the people. But the real fault lies with us, members of Parliament. MPs and particularly honourable members of the ANC spectacularly fail to hold the executive to account, as was so graphically illustrated by yesterday's debate on SASA. In many respects, the executive is as unaccountable, as arrogant, and as secretive as the apartheid government. On the 7th of May 1996, I said the following in a debate in the Constitutional Assembly. I said, in this Constitution we have created oversight mechanisms and we have put in place checks and balances. However, these constitutional mechanisms are only as effective as the will to make them succeed. And that depends on the collective commitment of parliamentarians to transparency and accountability, not only now when the abuses of the past are fresh in our memory, but also in the future. As MPs, we do not have that collective commitment to transparency and accountability, which is why people have to turn to the courts to seek their rights. The courts don't like their new job that they have to do because we don't do ours, but they do it very well. Whether it is in respect of Nkandla, whether it was in respect of the SABC, the police in Parliament, or Menzi Simelane, and I trust that they will do the same about the Minister Dlamini and the SASA crisis. On every single one of these issues, the President and the ministers have evaded accountability by refusing to answer questions or to attend committees or to mislead this House. And the presiding officers, Madam Chair, quite frankly, have taken no steps to demand this accountability. So unless and until we recommit ourselves to carrying out our responsibilities in terms of the Constitution and our responsibilities to make human rights real in our country, we will be failing precisely those people that Dr. Mocheka referred to, who struggled and died in the fight for a democratic constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata.
House Chair, good afternoon or good evening. Stats SA has on numerous occasions stated that in South Africa today, 20 years into democracy, there is an ever-widening gap between the poor and the rich, and that we have taken over from Brazil as the most unequal country in the world. Our people and this constitution have no relationship. Our people are hungry. This constitution was supposed to serve the majority first before extending more wealth to the minority. Our people do not eat
Order,
the
honorable
constitution.
members. Before
What
I
is
call
it?
the names of members, can we please be orderly? Continue, Honorable Mbata.
Today, I can note one of the reasons why it took the ANC so many years not to celebrate O.R. Tambo in any event of special nature is because the breed that took over in 2007 is a different breed from that of O.R. Tambo. O.R. Tambo will have never allowed a situation where continuously the gap between the rich is unabated, unmanaged, and there are no mitigating laws even when the budgets exist. Maybe let's go back to the beginning. Why did we fight? We fought because we continued the wars that were fought by our forefathers. These wars were wars of dispossession. They were about land. And when these wars delivered us to our modern democracy, why is our democracy looking like this? Our people fought to achieve land ownership. They fought to have free education. And why is it so difficult for our democracy to achieve this? During the wars of resistance, there were many measurable victories that our people achieved. And these victories ensured that communities were self-sustaining and that people living in villages do not necessarily need to have third parties or work to sustain themselves. The victors later made our people to be the laborers. We cannot celebrate the Constitution continuously. That continues to make us landless in our country. Our people want land, as I said before, and if we are not heeding to this call, the problem will start again, where a new set of struggles will be about land and land occupation. The recent memory of human rights that we only have for this democratic government is a memory of fallen citizens such as the heroes in Marikana, which were killed by this government. It is the memory of Andries Tatane. It is the memory of 100+ Esidumeni patients who were killed by this government. There is no relationship between Human Rights Day today and the rights and the socio-economic rights in particular of our people. We need to connect with our people. There has to be a relationship between everything we celebrate and how they've get along in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mwango.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In a report released by Human Rights Watch on the 12th of January this year, it was stated that South Africa, and I quote, continued to face a number of human rights challenges, unquote, and that public confidence in the government's ability to deal with these challenges had eroded. It listed amongst the various challenges government's unwillingness to engage human rights violations, government corruption, and an erosion of the rule of law. Honorable Chairperson, in taking nothing away the great work done by Human Rights Watch in compiling this report, but one does not need to read a report to know that there are glaring human rights inadequacies in this country. Many of them, in fact, emanate straight from our highest office and occur in plain sight. Take, for instance, government's granting of safe passage to notorious human rights abuser Omar al-Bashir, and its flagrant and contemptuous actions in the wake thereof, in defiance of a standing ICC warrant for Bashir's arrest. And how does this government legitimize such actions? It legitimizes its actions by following the example of another serial human rights abuser, a tin pot despot of the likes of Yahya Jammeh, the now fleeing ex-president of the Gambia, by filing unlawful papers seeking to remove itself from the International Criminal Court. Honorable Chairperson, we are a country in serious trouble when we follow the human rights example of an individual such as Jammeh. Xenophobia or xenophobic violence, for instance, has once again erupted in South Africa and as before threatens to become a national crisis. Government must take decisive steps in combating such violence. It has no place in this country, and yet this government does not seem overly committed. That is beyond paying lip service to it, to hold those responsible to account. Decisive police and judicial action is what is required, as well as ongoing educational initiatives at both formative schooling and adult community levels. Xenophobia, if allowed to take firm root, will destroy the rule of law and all social cohesiveness gains made in South Africa since democracy. This government needs to take stock of how far it has fallen, arrest the fall, and reclaim its position as human rights and constitutional guardian on the continent. 2 weeks ago, we celebrated the anniversary of our Constitution in this very House. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to the human rights enshrined in its Chapter 2 Bill of Constitution. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mabika. Honorable Hlengwa, I heard you. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Chairperson, our Constitution, which was adopted 20 years ago as the guiding document around which our society is ordered, has been hailed as a fine example of a modern democracy. Fundamental human rights are entrenched, and clear guidelines are laid down for transparent and accountable governance. Our Bill of Rights is based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which brings us in line with the prevailing international view and standard of conduct expected of governments worldwide. Chairperson, by adopting the Bill of Rights, South Africa departed from a disgusting state-sponsored system of systematic human rights violation. Apartheid entrenched inequality in our society in institutionalized race and dividing feature of everyday life. We still suffer from the legacy of apartheid today. We have the promise of better life for all contained in our Bill of Rights. It is to the Bill of Rights which we turn for protection of our dignity and equality. And it is in our Constitution which we turn as our first and last line of defense against abuse of state power. Chairperson, the potential for violation or infringement of our rights does, however, not only stem from state power. A defining and unique feature of our Bill of Rights is that it has horizontal and as well as vertical application. This means that the rights we have are enforceable against each other as well against the state. It is horizontal application that protects our dignity from the likes of Penny Sparrow, spewing racial intolerance, and this vertical application which compelled the state to introduce affirmative action and black economic empowerment into the discourse of our society. As South Africans, we have much reason to be proud of our Constitution and much incentives to take ownership of it. However, we need to be vigilant and not becoming complacent about the protection of our rights, for often our rights are being infringed indirectly and underhand ways. Every time the president breaks his oath of promise to uphold and defend the Constitution, our right to transparent governance is infringed. Every time members of this Honorable House neglect their duty to the country to use political allegiance to override and defend that which could not and should not be defended, our right to accountable governance is infringed. And Chairperson, every time a minister defies the judiciary and spends accountability to Parliament, our right to democratic governance is infringed.
Honourable
We
Member,
as
your
South
time is
Africans
up.
has an obligation to be vigilant and vocal about such infringements.
Honorable Filtania. Honorable Tutumanana, be in order.
Sihlalo,
Yebo, Ntokosi.
hlonishwa.
Lungehloniphekile ungaqhubeka.
Cha ngithi ngisukume nje lapha sihlalo egameni lokwenyela kancane.
Order. Yes, Honorable Member.
Ngizwe ngapha ngemuva engathi khona umhlonishwa thena sekungakhulukhulunywa ngoba sebeqedile. Angazi ukuthi bekuyisimo sinless.
Order, Honorable Hlengwa, I'm sure you were heard. You don't have to say that when others are still speaking. Can we proceed with the debate? I can see it's 20 to 7. Honorable Filtani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ideals of the Constitution, when our constitutional democracy was founded, we were a deeply divided people. Our society was unjust and our economy exclusive. But we established this constitutional democracy with a commitment to reconciliation and the building of a nation that is united and prosperous. The Constitution is therefore the embodiment of our collective conviction, and it articulates the base that we as a nation must fervently build on to realize a good and just society. We envisaged a good and just society, not necessarily an idealistic utopia, but as a modern society where the basics are in place. A place where citizens have access to food and water. A place where people can afford a decent living. A place where streets and houses are lit. A place where children can go to school and university. A place where citizens are cared for when sick and they can live in an environment where their person and property are safe. That is the South Africa we envisage. Should a constitution be cast in stone? Of course not. Of course, we must guard our constitution and the principles it espouses at all costs, but it does not mean that it is a dead piece of paper. It should rather be a responsive living document which helps us to reach the goal of a good and just society. A 2014 study conducted by the Human Rights Commission shows that almost 90% of South Africans never ever read the Bill of Rights. Consequently, we have seen how they become victims of police and other security forces' brutality when they take to the streets to demand what is their right constitutional. Through civic education on our constitutional rights and responsibilities, we will avoid another Marikana massacre, as well as the painfully ongoing massacre of people in the taxi industry in the Umtata area. As of late, 25 and still counting. Where are their constitutional rights? We ask this question to our security forces. It will also benefit public service practitioners who, notwithstanding the provisions of the Constitution, would go out of their way to stop water provision to people. Our constitutional obligation to hold the executive accountable has recently been found wanting, and if citizens were active, there would have been consequences. Remember the judgment of the 31st of March last year. The historic judgment by the acting judge Spokas Posole Rotloli on Thursday, the 9th March, where she found that the Pampis family did have the right in terms of the provisions of the Esther Act to bury one of their own, their mother, in a certain farm, in the Northern Cape province, is a watershed judgment for our system for a constitutional democracy and the upholding of human rights. We are encouraged...
Order, Honourable Member, your time is up.
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Mulder.
Honourable Chairperson, we are debating today the 20th anniversary of the Constitution. The Honourable Motshega started off the debate and gave us a history lesson from the ANC's perspective in terms of the contributions made within his own party, and it was quite interesting. And then the Honourable Motshega made the point that how the ANC thought so that human rights could be accepted but not group rights. And he felt very strongly about that. So maybe one day me and Honourable Motshega should have a cup of coffee, and I would like to hear more from him about the provisions in the Freedom Charter where they refer to all national groups shall have equal rights. That's also in the Freedom Charter. And it also says there shall be equal status in the bodies of state for all national groups. So national groups are a reality, and we cannot ignore that. Maybe that's part of the problem at the moment why we don't have social cohesion, but we can talk about that. Honourable Chairperson, the Constitution was adopted by the Constituent Assembly in 1997, and the negotiations took place basically within the theme committees as well as in the technical committees. And then there was a Constitutional Committee that agreed upon all those things that came out of the theme committees, and it went to the Constituent Assembly. Now, interesting enough, that Constitutional Committee consisted of 80 members, some full-time and some were alternate members. Now, interesting enough, of that 80 members, only 11 are still active in Parliament today. And in alphabetical order for what it's worth, they are the following of our colleagues: the Honourable Gordhan, the Honourable Landers, the Honourable Mapisa Kakula, the Honourable Speaker Mbete, the Honourable Reverend Meshwe. I was one of them, the Honourable Blyden Zamande, the Honourable Dr. Nedi Pandor, the Honourable Ramaphosa, Sisulu, Lindiwe Sisulu, and Enver Surti. Those were the members. Yes. So that was happened at that stage in terms of how the
And I think James Self.
Yes, but the record says, well, we'll talk about that. Be that as it may, Chairperson, the Constitution was negotiated today we have a Constitution. Sometimes people refer to the Constitution as the final Constitution, but let's leave it there. I want to end with a quote. It's a quote that I used in my first speech in Parliament many, many years ago. And it's a quote about democracy, and I think we should take it seriously. It's a quote by Professor A.K. Bushwa from Ghana in his book, Africa in Search of Democracy, and he wrote the following. He says that democracy in the last analysis depends on the character of individual men and women and the moral standards of the community. Rules governing elections may be made, freedoms may be provided in constitutions, and Bill of Rights may be passed. They will make arbitrary acts easier to resist publicly, but they will not by themselves secure democracy. There are other rules which are unwritten, such as honesty, integrity, restraint, and respect for democratic procedures. And my concern is maybe we need much more of that. Thank you.
Your time is up. And I'm sure, Honourable Motshega, you have already accepted your invite for tea. Honourable Lekota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the beginning of the 80s, the leaders of our people said to us that when we got to the mainland, we were coming from Robben Island, that you must remember, and you must work, because when we started off this journey at the beginning of the 60s, we made the statement, between the anvil of mass action and the hammer of armed struggle, we shall compel a resolution to the problems of our country. Indeed, in less than a year, we formed the anvil, and mass action became the household action of the country. In a short space of time, by the end of that decade, President Nelson Mandela and so many of our comrades, Young Nkwinti, and so many others that are no longer here, walked out of their corners, and we closed in on Codesa. There, we brought in with us the rulers who had been always holding a position superior to us, but they came now as equals to come and discuss and negotiate how best to move into the future with all of us. The product was this little book. This is what we celebrate 20 years since. This is one institution that will bind our nation for centuries to come. Whatever adjustments and amendments will be made, we celebrate. I gave you that, yes. We celebrate this. And we must not be shy about this. Along the way, as South Africans, we will make mistakes, we will quarrel here like a family. We will have these moments. But when the right time comes, we must always remember, we did something that no nation had ever done. We said, we are going to CODESA, we don't want the United Nations, we don't want the OAU, we want nobody from outside South Africa. We will choose the chairperson of the negotiation from among ourselves. We will choose the scribes. We will choose those who will guide and everything else. And judges, scholars, the late Justice Mohammed is gone now. We have all of those. It was only South Africans at CODESA, nobody else. And when we had our discussion, we walked away with a victory, with an achievement no nation failed to admire. And I'm very glad to say,
thank you.
Let us be proud that we are South Africans.
Thank you, Honorable Lekota. Honorable Lekota, Honorable Michaud, you can take your podium. As you walk, I just want to say to honorable members, on the 3rd of March, when we were launching the celebration of the Constitution, our moderator, Mr. Mach Maharaj, said it might be good at times to have the lighter moments and know the things that made others to feel, a bit shy about the things they did. And also some of those little things that are not written anywhere else. And I think that's what Lekota has just done, take us through to those moments of the time. Honorable Mishra.
As chairperson, the South African Constitution is hailed by many as one of the most liberal and progressive in the world today. Compared to other constitutions, it is much more inclusive, with clauses that are controversial in some circles, particularly among those who still uphold conservative moral values. Even though the ACDP was the only political party to vote against the Constitution in 1996, we fully support our constitutional democracy and wish to give credit to those men and women that helped to stabilize a nation that was plagued by fear and uncertainty about its future. Two of the main reasons why the ACDP voted against the Constitution was because of its failure to balance human rights with responsibilities and its protection of criminals while failing to protect innocent unborn babies. As we celebrate 20 years of our democratic constitution, it gives me a great sense of pleasure and fulfillment to remember that I was part of the historic process that produced a constitution that afforded me and my fellow South Africans the many rights that we all enjoy today. On this note, I would like to acknowledge and give credit to my former colleague, Louis Green, who was a great and passionate team member who represented the ACDP well in various subcommittees in dealing with the Constitution, including Theme Committee 4, which dealt with the Bill of Rights. Lastly, I am grateful to God that the ACDP succeeded in persuading the ANC, in particular, not to include the word secular state in our Constitution. Because of the ACDP's contribution, we managed to include in our Constitution Section 15.2 that says, and I quote, religious observances may be conducted at state or state-aided institutions, close quote. The result of this Section 15.2 has enabled thousands of churches across the country to conduct their services and other meetings in state-owned buildings. South Africa is indeed a developmental constitutional state and not a secular state that some incorrectly think it is. We are arguing against that. There is no known secular state in the world, to our knowledge, that has references to God in their constitution. The preamble of a constitution concludes with the words, and I quote, "May God protect our people. Nkosi sikelele e Africa. Morena boloka setjhaba Sahesu, Hotsien said Africa. God bless South Africa. Mudzimu atutu tseze I Africa. Hosi katekisa Africa. Indeed, the ACDP prays that God will bless all South Africans and prosper all its beautiful and wonderful people. Thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, responsible for justice and constitutional development. Shay.
Honourable House Chair, honourable members, in some of the darkest periods in our country's history, the poet Mafika Gwala wrote a poem called Kwela Ride, and it reads, Dompas, I looked back. Dompas, I went through my pockets, not there. They bit into my flesh, handcuffs. Came the Kwela Kwela, we crawled in. The young men sang in that dark moment. It all became familiar. Many of us recall elements of those dark moments in our history. The Dompas, the pencil test, forced removals, detention without trial, and states of emergency. Things that, as the poem says, became familiar to us, although no human being should have been subjected to it. Our Constitution stands like a stark refuge against the evils of our past. Today, we are all equally entitled to our human rights without discrimination, where the human dignity of a person is not based on the color of their skin. The Constitution is a national compact that seeks to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. But our Constitution did not come from the heavens like the Ten Commandments which God dictated to Moses on Mount Sinai. It came essentially from the position of the African National Congress, developed over a century of struggle, and the Honourable Mochecha earlier went into more detail on this. It is a roadmap that seeks to transform the political, economic, and social relations in South Africa. The Constitution has drastically transformed our country. Advances made by government have had a positive impact on the lives of the people across a number of key areas. We've built democratic institutions. We've repealed apartheid legislation and passed laws that meet the requirements of the Constitution. We've had free and fair and peaceful elections. Where there were in the past disparities in government services along racial and geographic lines, this has changed. The inclusion of justiciable socio-economic rights in our Constitution is critical to the attainment of socio-economic equality. In the last financial year, about 9 million learners benefited from the no-fee school policy. More than 9 million learners benefited from the National School Nutrition Program. Across population groups, there's an increase of persons attending educational institutions, with the number of Black Africans attending an educational institution increasing from 10 million in 1996 to nearly 15 million last year. The expansion of health programs has led to an increase in life expectancy. Infant mortality rate has declined. Formal housing has grown by 50% since 1994, translating to an additional 5.6 million formal homes. Government has delivered a total of 4.48 million housing opportunities and subsidies. South Africans are enjoying a higher standard of living. This is because of a constitution that guarantees human rights and an ANC government that gives effect to those rights by formulating and implementing some of the most progressive policies in the world. The opposition, though, as some of them, will stand here today and present themselves as the great defenders of the Constitution. Yet in truth, they're extremely selective when they shout, "Constitution, Constitution." It always amazes me how some, like the Honourable Mulder, loudly uses the Constitution to support his arguments, when his own party opposed the attainment of democracy in South Africa. Some in this House are nothing short of two-faced when it comes to the Constitution. They decry the use of violence against striking workers, but encourage violence, lawlessness, and anarchy on our university campuses. They incite people to unlawfully occupy land. They will run to court at the drop of a hat when their own right to freedom of speech is seemingly infringed, but sadly disregard the rights of others. They advocate democracy and say they support the Constitution, but then they make a mockery of Parliament, a Parliament which finds its existence in the Constitution. They disrupt the State of the Nation address, infringing the rights of every citizen who may actually want to hear what government is saying. When members speak in Parliament, whether or not you agree with them, they must be allowed to speak. Yet they seek to silence members by countless objections dressed up as points of order in drag. Often quick to seek out a TV camera, always quick to play to the media, that's the EFF. One is reminded of a poem born out of the civil rights movement by African-American Jill Scott Heron. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will be live. Freedom and real transformation require more than sensationalist sound bites and taunting TV clips. And then there's the DA. They have a program called Know Your DA. They claim that from the birth of the Progressive Party in 1959 to the constitutional negotiations at CODESA, the DA never stopped fighting against apartheid. So they say. They say they never stopped fighting against apartheid. But they never, before the 1990s, fought for one person, one vote. Never. The vast majority of white people in South Africa, white voters, vote for the DA. The majority of those who were voting in the 1980s voted for apartheid. And whilst there may be younger people who only voted after 1994, they are still the beneficiaries of apartheid and opposed to transformation. The DA is a right-wing organization against the transformational values that our Constitution seeks to achieve. As a party seeking power, they will...
Order, Chair.
Order. What is the point of order, Honourable Member?
Can the Honourable Member take one simple question?
I don't unfortunately have enough time. As a
What were
party
you doing
seeking
before 1994?
As a
Continue,
party
Honourable
seeking
Member.
power, they will, in an attempt to try and attract black voters, seemingly espouse policies that seem more appealing to the majority. But look at their representation in this House. Not exactly representative of the South African population. They have only 20 African MPs and a sounding 58% white MPs. And remember, the African population is 81%, the white population is 8%. So it's very clear who they represent. The DA claims to stand for the legacy of Nelson Mandela, but the DA has not even adopted the Freedom Charter, a document which a former DA Chief Whip, Douglas Gibson, describes as, and I quote, a pamphlet drawn up by a political party, nothing more and nothing less. And of course, we know the Honourable Maimane's views on gay rights. According to media reports, the Honourable Maimane's church, where he is a pastor, is not in favour of marriage equality and in fact sees homosexuals as sinners and equates them to alcoholics. He also regards Muslims as sinners. Watch the video clip. So much for right of freedom of religion. As for xenophobia, civil society recently accused the DA's Johannesburg Mayor, Herman Mashaba, of inciting violence against foreign nationals after he allegedly referred to them as criminals. The Honourable Kola Barnard misses P.W. Botha, and the DA caucus leader, the Honourable Anshin Dreyer, in the front row, goes around hugging a cardboard cutout of Transvaal President Paul Kruger. Kruger was the epitome of everything that the Constitution is not. If you want to celebrate Afrikaner heroes, why not celebrate Bram Fischer or Beyers Naudé? In 2011, a judgment was handed down in the Western High Court stating that the City of Cape Town had violated the constitutional right to dignity. The city had constructed 1,316 unenclosed toilets in Khayelitsha. The court held that the unenclosed toilets were inconsistent with the city's constitutional duty to provide the poorest of the poor with their basic needs. And that was under under Dan Plato as mayor, currently your MEC for Community Safety in the Western Cape. The DA claims to be pro-poor and has often claimed that the City of Cape Town spends 67% of its budget in poor communities. But, says Africa Check, that's not true. It's actually 49%. So know your DA, a DA whose labour policy is based on classic right-wing economics. They say UIF contributions should be halved. They want to amend the Labour Relations Act, which imposes restrictions on employers wishing to dismiss employees. They want the SETAs disbanded. They want to introduce a 6-month probation period during which firms will face no penalty for dismissing workers. They want to amend Schedule 8 of the LRA, Labour Relations Act, which means that employers don't have to take steps to improve employee
Honourable
performance.
Deputy Minister, can you take a seat? What's the point of order, sir?
Thank you, House Chair. Will the Honourable Deputy Minister take a question on bus shelter graffiti?
Deputy Minister, will you take a question?
No, I've said I won't take questions because I don't have enough time.
Proceed.
It would be good if you could listen. They want to amend Schedule 8 of the Labour Relations Act, which means that employers don't have to take steps to improve employee performance prior to dismissal. Remember the fiasco around the Employment Equity Amendment Bill, which deals with demographic diversity in the workplace. The DA voted in favour of the bill in the National Assembly, but a couple of weeks later withdrew its support. But perhaps most telling is the DA's policy on black economic empowerment. A DA poster echoing their 2014 manifesto showed a black man in a construction safety hat with the caption, "We support BEE that creates jobs, not billionaires." That's exactly how the DA sees black South Africans, as labour, not as owners of capital, not as professionals, but as labour. So, know your DA indeed. We know that the Constitution and the laws, policies and programs of this government, in terms of the Constitution, seek to provide opportunities for all, human dignity for all, and equality and freedom for all. As the poet Lebogang Mashile writes, every child should know the scope of their greatness is contained in the weightless, inconvertible light that is their truest being. My child will know that boxes like race, class, and gender are fated to be transcended in the face of a limitless self that is free. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Gallo. Order, honourable members. Let's allow Honourable Gallo.
Honorable Chair, the gains of our democratic settlement were a radical and tremendous break from the past. For 46 years, the apartheid state continued its enforced policy of separate development, which deprived our people of their pre-political rights to human dignity, equality, and freedom. Their struggle predated 1948 and was a long endurance of torture, humiliation, and violation. Our founding fathers had set the tone as early as 1652, challenging the very structure of colonial suppression and invasion. The preamble of the 1996 Constitution enjoins us to lay, I quote, lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by the law. Honorable Chair, the AIC recognizes the underground struggle waged against apartheid by the masses of this country. It is in this context that the AIC honors their contribution in this year's Human Rights Anniversary. We celebrate the legacy of Mach, a human rights stalwart who was born in Matatiele. She too believed in the emancipation of our people from the bondages of self-imposed government. Honorable Chair, the people of Matatiele recognizes this day, like Mach, who was exiled in Tanzania in 1962. The people of Matatiele are consistent that the Eastern Cape province has no legitimate claim over them. After all, it is their will that should determine who provides over them. The AIC believes that human rights cannot be complete without the will of the people. Dr. Nelson Mandela understood that democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
He stated, as I quote, "I stand before you not as a prophet, but as a humble servant of you, the people. Your tireless and heroic sacrifices made it possible for me to be here today. As we commemorate this day, we should never take for granted the aspirations of our people. Service to the public, Chair, entails advancing.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank
in future,
you.
you must add more minutes because we are in coalition.
That you'll have to discuss in the whippery. Order, honorable member. Rwama.
Thank you.
Order. Coalition discussions will happen elsewhere, and sharing of minutes also not in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair and honorable members. Honorable Motsecha and Deputy Minister, Honorable John Geoffrey, must look for a small room and weep uncontrollably. The ANC has become the enemy of the Constitution. It is no longer necessary for the ANC to quote our glorious history while they repeat the same mistakes and injustice. Apartheid lied to our people. ANC lied to our people. Apartheid stole from our people. ANC steal from our people. Apartheid benefited few. The ANC government benefit few. Honorable members, this sacred book of our nation has been given a prize by the Zuma administration. Corruption and bribery has become a way of life, and our constitution is defeated and manipulated by the majority party.
Order, what is the point of order, honorable member?
He says Zuma administration. It's supposed to be the President Zuma's administration. Thank you.
No, honorable member, it's not a point of order. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, this sad part of history should strengthen our resolve to protect this constitution at all costs. The question we need to ask ourselves is why the ruling ANC is afraid of this constitution? Why have they become a threat to the same constitution which they've played a major role to draft? How do we celebrate this constitution when our people are still facing challenges of unemployment, lack of infrastructure, and quality education? When inequality and the majority are still dispossessed? How do we celebrate this constitution knowing that the current president does not respect it? This parliament has lost its integrity. We have just become a chamber to chastise and spit on our constitution.
Honorable Chairperson.
Order, honorable member, what's the point of order?
Is Honorable Kawama ready to take the question, to put in context
Okay,
what he's
can
saying?
I ask the member, honorable member, are you willing to take a question?
No, Honorable Chair.
Can you take a seat, honorable Machaka? Proceed.
How do we celebrate this constitution while looting and stealing is at a high level? We must avoid to make this celebration of the constitution to be a fool's prayer. Because honorable Chairperson, it is very important to know that the constitution should not be celebrated as just a document that will be logged after today. We must live it and live according to its values. And I want to emphasize that it is very clear that this side, they will never celebrate this constitution in full because it has become a true enemy of this constitution. I hope this side in 2019 will take over and save the future and the lives of our people. There's no any other way. The ANC is dead. We must just look for a very good place to bury it, and that will come in 2019. I thank you.
Honorable Van Dam. Order. Honorable member, you can proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the signing of our Constitution, it is important that we carefully assess where we are in achieving the human rights obligations it imposes in the Bill of Rights, so we can map a way forward for achieving those still outstanding. Our Bill of Rights forms a cornerstone of our democracy, enshrines the human rights of all people in South Africa, and requires that the rights it affirms are respected, promoted, protected, and fulfilled by the state. In assessing
Order,
whether
honorable
the government...
members. Can you proceed?
In assessing whether the government has fulfilled its human rights obligations as per the Bill of Rights, it is necessary to acknowledge the gains that have been made with the help of our august constitutional court and members of this House. Achievements worth applauding include the abolition of the death penalty, the legalization of same-sex marriage, and the protection of freedoms related to rights of religion, political choice, culture, and language. Many rights enshrined in our Bill of Rights, however, remain unachieved, and it is on those we need intensified focus. In particular, and of paramount importance, is the right to education. The systemic failures in our education system have prevented young South Africans from realizing their rights as enshrined in Section 29 of the Bill of Rights, which states that everyone has the right to basic and further education, which the state, through reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible. We cannot, Honourable Speaker, say that the right to basic and further education has been achieved in South Africa when the Eastern Cape has 800 schools identified as having inappropriate structures that need to be replaced. KwaZulu-Natal has 1,379 schools which have pit toilets only. 58 schools in the Eastern Cape have no water. Only 45% of top-up textbooks have been delivered in the Eastern Cape. NSFAS turned down more than 53,000 applications for the 2017 academic year, and students who get qualifications through TVETs have waited for up to 2 years to receive their certificates. Without quality education, Honourable Chairperson, we are nothing. The same goes for jobs. Section
Order,
22
honourable
of the,
members in that corner. Can you please allow the speaker on the podium to be heard?
the Newcastle corner. Section 22 of the Constitution states that every South African has the right to choose their trade, occupation, and profession freely. Over 8 million South Africans cannot enjoy this right.
On a point of order, Madam Chair.
Honourable Dex, what's the point of order?
On a point of order, the member referred to this corner as I walked in as the castle corner. There is no castle corner in this
Order.
house.
Order.
There is no...
Honourable Mervyn, can you please take your seat? You have raised a point of order. I will check the Hansard because I did not hear from where I'm sitting. Honourable members, can you please be in order? Can you please be in order? Honourable member, can you please proceed?
Over 8 million South Africans cannot enjoy this right because there are simply no trades, occupations, or professions for them to choose from. It is a right to choice that many are prevented from exercising. The rampant joblessness in South Africa directly infringes on many other rights in the Bill of Rights for those without jobs, such as the right to human dignity, life, movement and residence, housing, healthcare, food, social security, and the access to courts. Honourable Chairperson, another right that has not been fulfilled is the protection against unfair discrimination on grounds of race, gender, sex, and sexual orientation. South Africa sadly remains a largely patriarchal and sexist society where the rights of women and girls are not advanced or protected sufficiently. Our country, unfortunately, also remains divided on a basis of race. A reconciled and equal South Africa remains a pipe dream. It certainly does not help, Honourable Chairperson, when unable to deliver on its constitutional obligations, the ANC chooses to divide South Africa on the lines of race, as we heard in John Jeffrey's speech. Unable to come here to talk about how the ANC government will deliver social grants, how the ANC government will make sure that their jobs, how the ANC government to make sure will improve service delivery. He came here to talk on and on about opposition parties to show that the ANC is running scared and is afraid of opposition parties in this country and is preparing for a life in opposition. The ANC has abandoned the value of non-racialism as espoused by the Constitution and has done so because it is no longer convenient for it that the people of South Africa are reconciled. Race-based politics has become the order of the day. As South Africans who love our country and want it to prosper, we must stand against this. and continue to fight for ensuring that the values of our Constitution, including non-racialism, are upheld. In order to reach its full potential, our beautiful nation needs reconciliation, economic growth, and job creation, and the advancement of rights in our Bill of Rights and Constitution. Let us reconcile and unite. Let us stand together for economic growth and job creation. Let us stand together for quality education for all, and let us stand together to protect our Constitution. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Pando. Thank you, Chairperson. It would appear, Chairperson, there are some of us in the House who are living in cloud cuckoo land and who have no appreciation of the advances that we have made. I think, Chairperson, this is a very important debate in that it is absolutely vital that as Parliament we continue to highlight and celebrate both the content and spirit of the Constitution of our country, because it is the lodestar upon which our future will be determined. And thus, if we fail as members of Parliament to celebrate, which is the theme of this debate, our Constitution, and highlight the vital importance of human rights to advancing the objectives and principles of our country, we then fail in our presence here. Those who say we have not made advances are really relying on that last refuge of a scoundrel, which is dishonesty. We have, on many occasions, Chairperson, sought to ensure. Order. Honorable Minister, can you take your seat? What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
Can I ask a question to the Minister?
Minister, would you take a question?
Well, the person can, but unfortunately I'm not prepared to take a question.
You have 12 minutes.
Can you please take a seat, Honorable Member?
My speech. There is, I believe, Chairperson, no righteousness in attempting to erase the heroic role played by the people of South Africa in achieving freedom. And history shows very, very clearly that the leading organ and movement in that process of waging a struggle against apartheid was our glorious movement, the African National Congress. This is undoubted, it is known, it is established by history. No amount of vilification, no amount of screaming from the left, no amount of attempting to be dishonest on this will discount the fact the ANC led the struggle for freedom along with other liberation movements. And this Constitution that we celebrate today comes out of us having waged that struggle. We honor today, as has been mentioned by my Comrade Mochecha, President O.R. Tambo, a man who led the struggle for freedom, a man who led the broader liberation movement. I believe in marking his centenary year, we do him a well-deserved honor. But I find it difficult to honor him without reference to his partner for life and herself a great woman and leader, Umama Adelaide Tambo. It is these heroes and heroines who come to life whenever we have the opportunity to reflect on our constitutional framework and the subject of human rights. Comrade O.R. Tambo worked tirelessly to prepare for and shape our Constitution. Many attempt to make us forget the origin of our Constitution. They fail to acknowledge that the basis of the Constitution is the historic documents crafted by the African National Congress and its membership, as well as by the people of South Africa. One can only feel sad for such persons. One can only feel sad for the Honorable Ploama as the one-person party who believes that he knows the thought and the aspirations of the over 1 million members of the African National Congress. He certainly cannot, and he doesn't. There is, Honorable Chairperson and members, no antipathy between the African National Congress and the Constitution of South Africa. We extol our Constitution, we admire it. It's a finely wrought puzzle, fitting together the complexity of our awful apartheid history, the beauty of our largely peaceful mass struggle for freedom, and the brave hope that the wonderful aspirations of our Bill of Rights will be fully met for all the people of our country. It is this intricate puzzle that we must bring to life as this Parliament. To the people of South Africa, I say, the Constitution is our best hope against arbitrary exercise of power and exploitation. Guard it jealously. We have, honorable members, through the leadership of this government and the African National Congress, made many advances through acting practically on the human rights and other aspirations contained in our Constitution. We have built over 3 million houses for persons who would never have had the hope of owning a house in the past. We have provided clean water to over 9 million people. We have provided free schooling to about 7 million learners each year. And while absolutely the Honorable Van Dam is right, not all has been done, but advances have indeed been made. We've brought about over 4 million electricity connections. Our children can now enter education for free and be supported from undergraduate level right through to PhD. We have spent billions on infrastructure, on creating new jobs in a number of areas. Yes, Honorable Van Dam, not enough as yet, but advances have been made. We have expanded our public works program and community work programs, providing millions of work opportunities for persons who would never have been considered for such opportunities in the past. We've implemented skills development programs and policies to prepare people for employment in new economic sectors where they would never have enjoyed such opportunity. We are supporting small business with training and finance to unleash the economic potential of our country, a recognition of opportunity and talent we never had before, but which we have today. We are focusing on programs to address youth unemployment, such as learnerships. Through the National Youth Service Program, we are creating internship and other opportunities for young people. Our community work program is continuing to expand, as are subsidies we provide for young people. We've developed a vibrant anti-HIV and AIDS program which has saved lives and increased life expectancy, reduced overall mortality, and dramatically reduced maternal mortality, all imperatives that are contained in our Bill of Rights. We've dramatically reduced mother-to-child transmission and reduced child and infant mortality. We've also begun to act to reduce TB mortality due to successful treatment and diagnostic programs. We are preparing assiduously for the introduction of a national health insurance scheme. Chairperson, we've also made significant progress in civil and political rights, which have strengthened democratic representation, which have helped create strong, independent institutions, which have led to a vibrant civil society, and which have created many one-person to three-person parties in Parliament. It is our Constitution which has led to that. We have increased access to justice. We have increased public accountability and transparency. We truly have free speech and freedom of expression. We have administrative justice, and we have effective accountability in financial management. But as we mark these achievements, Chairperson and honorable members, we must acknowledge, as we are reminded by the Honorable Van Dam, that there is a long distance still to be traveled, and that we are not yet quite within reach of the ideals envisaged in the Freedom Charter and in the Bill of Rights. As some have said, we are at fault in that sometimes we as members have failed to promote human rights, particularly in partnership with responsibility. We are and must give much more attention to promoting in our country non-racism, non-sexism, and the observance and enjoyment of rights by all. We have tended to emphasize our differences to the detriment of nation building. And this is something we must honestly reflect upon as a parliament, because the Bill of Rights and the aspirations of the Constitution will not live if you have a parliament of members who are constantly at odds with each other, whose only business is to hurl insults toward each other, and who are unable to lift out from the Constitution the highest principles of our land, which are contained in our Bill of Rights. It is really a great pity, Honorable Chairperson, that the persons sitting to my left are the noisiest gentlemen you can ever find in South Africa. And they are the worst at upholding the primacy of non-racialism and of non-sexism in our divided society. I think the time has come for them to actually begin to live the principles of the Constitution. The chief whip of the opposition is asking, why don't I retire? My answer to him is, I cannot retire while there are people like him around. I think the time might have come for us to remind ourselves that our presence in Parliament is sanctioned here by the people, to represent them and ensure their hopes are realized. Most importantly, our Constitution provides the protection of the rule of law. It's a protection that assures South Africans will never again be the victims of arbitrary governance, as was the case under apartheid. Never again will their property be arbitrarily seized by illegal means. Never again will they be subject to ethnic chauvinism and exploitation, and male chauvinism and ageism. Never again will they be the victims of job preservation and unequal wages. Let me end with this remark on the equality clause in our Bill of Rights. Today, we have achieved a level of gender equality shaped by our Constitution, a level that has only been accomplished in other countries after many decades of democracy. With that in mind, look at the global consequences of gender inequality. More women die in wars than men. More women live in poverty all over the world than men. More women face unemployment than men all over the world. So when we get to the point that fully addresses the talents of all women, all our nation will benefit. When we act to use all the talents of women, we will build a better world. So as we address non-racism, as we address anti-ageism, because any member elected properly through constitutional means and an election can serve in this house. So shouting Downton Abbey and your insulting shouts actually do very little for me, because you are one of the most despicable, unfortunate presidents in this house.
Honorable member, the time is up.
I thank you for the opportunity.
Order. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I wish to inform members that there were points of order that were raised on the 21st of February when I was chairing at the time. One of them related to a word that was used by Honorable Mbinda. Unfortunately, he's not in the house, but I thought because it's a matter that involves all of us, I will just have to raise the issue. It related to a phrase that he made when he said crap, and he immediately said, and maybe I should have said nonsense. Looking at the English dictionary, the Collins Dictionary, crap means nonsense or rubbish. Yes. And I just want to indicate that in 2001 in this house, the word crap was challenged, whether this could be parliamentary or not. No ruling was made. However, caution was actually advised. And therefore would really ask members to be mindful on the language that they use, which may sometimes be regarded as offensive, that we should refrain from using those words. The other ruling which related to Honorable Mahambehlala, I will come back to it because the member is not in the house. And well, with regards to the PAC, it related to all the members. I will deal with it when the other member is here because the one who raised the point of order is in the house. In terms of the rules, you have to have both members in the house when a ruling is made. But the ruling is ready. We will make it at an appropriate time. This concludes the business of the house.